noticed. Right now, I know Friendly, so next time I'm in Friendly, I'm gonna find your store.
Yes, sure, anytime.
Good morning. Today is Thursday, November 18th, and this is the time and place for the regularly scheduled Nevada Gaming Commission meeting for the month of November. Please rise and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge
allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Madam Secretary, has our agenda been posted in accordance with the open meeting law?
Yes, it has.
All right. At this time, I would like to remind anyone coming to the podium to speak, we ask that you speak directly into the microphone and speak as clearly as possible, as this meeting is being transmitted electronically and being transcribed. Madam Secretary, if we could proceed with our first agenda item, public comments.
This item is placed on the agenda to give the public an opportunity to comment on gaming-related matters.
Anyone who wishes to address the commission may do so at this time. Matters brought to our attention during the public comment cannot be acted upon, but we are happy to hear comments of the public as well as my fellow commissioners. Comments by all will be limited to 3 minutes as a reasonable time, place, and manner restriction. If any of my fellow commissioners or myself ask a question of the public, the time needed to address those questions will not be held against those time constraints. I will go first to Carson City. Is there anyone wishing to make a public comment? Please step forward to the podium. I may need new glasses, but
The camera will not flip over to Carson City unless someone comes to the podium and speaks.
all right. So there appearing
Madam-
to be, oh yes?
Madam Chair, there's no one present for public comment from this location.
All right. Next here to Clark County. There being no public comments, that will close our public comment section. Madam Secretary, the next item on our agenda is approval of the prior month's disposition.
Pursuant to NRS 241.035, this item is the consideration of the approval of the Nevada Gaming Commission disposition for October of 2021.
Each of us, I believe, has had the opportunity to review the disposition. If there are no questions, I think it's in proper form for a motion.
Move for approval of the prior month's Nevada Gaming Commission disposition for October 2021.
Is there any discussion on the motion? There being no discussion, all in favor say aye.
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 Aye. And there's none opposed. Madam Secretary, please read in the non-restricted consent items.
You have 2 items on the non-restricted consent agenda this morning. Those items are non-restricted number 1 and number 8. The recommendation of the Gaming Control Board is for approval with the condition as noted on the agenda. I believe we have disclosures on these items.
I have a disclosure as well as so I'll let you go first.
Okay, perfect. Thank you, Madam Chair. With respect to non-restricted item number 1, I would like to disclose that I'm a partner at Morris Law Group. My firm and I have represented Las Vegas Sand entities and affiliates in unrelated litigation, all of which has concluded years ago. I have no pecuniary interest in the item before us, and I do not believe the independence or judgment of a reasonable person in my situation would be materially affected by this relationship, and therefore I intend to participate in deliberation and voting.
Thank you. Commissioner Brown?
Yes, thank you so much and welcome, Chair Tagliati. I would like to make a disclosure for non-restricted item number 1 that's on the consent agenda. Las Vegas Sands Corporation is a client of Louis Rocha, the firm where I am a partner in intellectual property matters in which I am not personally involved. I have no pecuniary interest in the outcome of this agenda item, and I do not believe the independence of judgment of a reasonable person in my position would be affected by the relationship described on the record, and I therefore intend to participate. I would also like to make a disclosure for consent item non-restricted number 8. Golden Nugget is an adverse contract party of a client of Louis Rocha, the firm where I'm a partner, in an unrelated matter in which I'm not personally involved. I have no pecuniary interest in the outcome of this agenda item. I do not believe the independence of judgment of a reasonable person in my position would be affected by the relationship described on the record, and I therefore intend to participate. Thank you.
Thank you. I wish to disclose that Counsel Erica Okerberg on matter non-restricted number 1 works for the Greenberg Traurig Law Firm. Prior to my appointment as chair, I was hired by the parties to a lawsuit to mediate a case, one of whom is represented by a different attorney at Greenberg Traurig. Ms. Zuckerberg was not involved in that mediation, which is ongoing, and there's nothing about a different attorney in her office representing a different client in a different matter that began before my appointment that would cause a reasonable person to find that my independent judgment would be materially affected by this attenuated relationship. Therefore, I will be participating in consideration of the matter of non-restricted number 1. Okay, so at this time, if there are no questions on these items,
Chair Tagliati, thank you. I'd move for approval of consent items number 1 and 8 on the non-restricted agenda as recommended by the Gaming Control Board and read into the record by Madam Secretary.
any discussion on the motion? All right, no discussion. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
And it appears there's no one opposed. Madam Secretary, please read in the restricted consent items.
Your items on the restricted consent agenda this morning are items 4, 6, 7, 8, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, and 17. The recommendation of the Gaming Control Board is for approval with the limitations and conditions as noted on the agenda. I believe we have disclosures on these items.
Thank you so much. I do have disclosures to make for the consent items 12, 16, and 17. Century Gaming Technologies is the applicant and is part of the application. And Century Games PTE Limited is a client of Blue Stroke at the firm where I'm a partner in an unrelated matter in which I'm not personally involved. I make this disclosure in an abundance of caution because of the similarity of the names. They're not exactly the same names. I have no pecuniary interest in the outcome of this agenda item, and I do not believe the independence of judgment of a reasonable person in my position would be affected by the relationship described on the record, and I therefore intend to participate.
Thank you. Are there any questions? There being no questions, is there a motion?
Yes, Madam Chair. With respect to restricted items number 4, 6, 7, 8, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, and 17, I move for approval as recommended by the Gaming Control Board and read into the record by Madam Secretary.
Any discussion on the motion? There being none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye, so there's none opposed. Thank you. Madam Secretary, I believe that brings us to our non-restricted agenda items held out for discussion. Please read in non-restricted number 2.
Non-restricted number 2 are the applications of the Nathan Peach Irrevocable Trust 2020 for registration as a holding company, for a finding of suitability as a member, and the pledge as noted on the agenda. You also have the applications of Timothy Andrew Pegram for a finding of suitability as a trustee, and Nathan Patrick Peach for a finding of suitability as a beneficiary, and for licensure as a key employee of GPEG 1 LLC, doing business as Sharky's Casino. Lastly, you have the application of Pegram LLC for a transfer of interest. The recommendation of the Gaming Control Board is for approval. I believe we have a disclosure on this item.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. Madam Chair, I need to disclose that I'm an employee of the law firm McDonald Toronto. Michael Pegram, who's the transferor in this, is a client of the firm in a separate entity. I have no pecuniary interest in it. Reasonableness of judgment will not be compromised. So I'm going to participate in this matter. Also, since we ask a lot of our applicants to disclose the depth of their potential relationships, I should say that my brother-in-law, Jude Feld, a large number of years ago, I believe, trained a horse or two for Mr. Pegram down at Delmar, and I hope he won and did well, but won't affect my judgment here today. Thank you.
All right, thank you. At this time, can we have the persons ascending for applicants step forward?
They are participating via video from Carson City.
Are they present at the podium?
Yes, they are.
Okay. Sorry, I just see. Okay, if you could please state your name for the record.
Good morning, Chair Tagliati, members of the commission, and Madam Secretary. My name is Dennis Nylander with the law firm Kemper Kroll. I'm here representing the applicants today with my co-counsel, Seth Carlson. And if it's at your pleasure, I'd like to introduce the applicants at this time.
Please.
First is Timothy Pegram. Tim will be the trustee of the trust on your agenda. Next is Nate Peach. Nate is the applicant. This is his first time for licensing. And then finally is Mr. Mike Pegram, who is the majority owner of GPEG, which owns 7 non-restricted licenses in the Carson Valley and Reno areas. This matter before you, I know that we've seen the record before the board, but we would like to give a brief overview of the application before we bring Nate up for any questions you might have.
I believe the commission would appreciate that, so when you're ready.
Mr. Carlson will give the brief overview of the applications before you.
Thank you, Dennis. Good morning, Madam Chair and members of the commission. Sev Carlson for the record. The transactions we have before you include an application for the registration of the Nathan Peach Irrevocable Trust of 2020. The trust will hold the shares of Pegram LLC that are proposed to be transferred. We also have the application of Timothy Pegram to be found suitable as the trustee of the trust, and for Nathan Peach to be found suitable as beneficiary. We also have a request for approval for Mike Pegram to transfer a 12% membership interest in Pegram LLC to the Nathan Peach Trust. And in conjunction with the transfers, we are requesting approval for the trust to be found suitable as a member and for approval of the pledge agreement. The interest will serve as collateral for a promissory note. And then finally, we have Mr. Peach requesting licensure as a key employee, specifically an operations manager at Sharkey's in Gardnerville. If there are any questions, we'd like to have Mr. Peach come up and tell you a little bit about himself and his background with the company.
Okay, you could have Mr. Peach step forward.
And Chair Tagliati, I should note for the record that Mr. Peach is Mr. Pegram's grandson, so it's part of a family business. This is
Thank
Mr.
you.
Peach.
Good morning. Thanks for having me. About 13, 14 years ago, I came to Nevada for the first time on the invitation of my grandfather, and I bussed tables at the Carson Valley Inn for about a week, and then I went home. And then every other school break since then, I came out, I made some money, I learned a little bit more. But my involvement in the company began in earnest about 8 years ago when I graduated from Arizona State. I made a deal with my grandfather. I would give the casino business a fair shake for about a year. I decided this is what I wanted to do and this is where I wanted to be. This is what I do. If not, he'd send me off to grad school. And I'm thankful to God and him that I'm standing here in front of you and not teaching an entry-level comp course right now. So thank you for laughing. My first full-time job was parking cars down to the hotel. Cut my teeth on the slot floor. I learned how to work behind a bar. I spent a couple years in the cages, following the flow of money, learning, the kind of heartbeat of the business. I did some time in food and beverage. All these things together. I mean, I'm still learning, as I've said before. But I mean, I think the most trenchant lesson I've taken from my time in gaming is that, if you treat people right, everything else becomes a lot easier. Running casinos aren't that hard, but if you take care of the people that take care of you, everything else falls into place. So really grateful for the opportunity, and thank you for your time.
Thank you.
That would conclude our affirmative presentation.
Okay, at this time, do any of the commissioners have questions that you would like to ask of either applicant or counsel?
Thank you so much, Chair, if I may. Just some observations and a few questions. And thank you for coming. How are you this morning?
Great, how are you?
I'm well, thank you for asking. So, Mr. Peach, it's so nice to see that as part of the family business, you gave it a fair chance and a fair shake. And I love to see that you've had the fortune of working with your grandfather. I think that's commendable. And you've really moved up the ranks, the busser, valet, front desk, the slot floor, and now you're moving into a role of leadership. So we're looking to you to do great things in the future. and your years of hard work and dedication seem to be paying off. So I want to commend you for that.
Appreciate you saying that. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. And if somebody could just speak to, I know the Northern Nevada business seems to be doing very well, but there appear to be staffing issues that continue. Can somebody report to us about how business is going? What percentage of staff has returned?
Yeah, we'd probably better to have Mr. Pegram address that. So he'll
Yes,
come up
thank
now.
you.
Thank you, Mike Pegram, for the record. Staffing has been an issue all through the summer. We have eased up a little bit, but we operate in South Reno all the way through Carson City, Carson Valley. Business levels are very good, but again, you hit the issue that's before us is staffing, and we're probably running 10 to 15% short on staff right now. And it is a challenge, but again, the good news is business is still very good.
And that is good news to hear. And also, just in terms of technicalities, it's my understanding that 12% is going to the trust for the benefit of Mr. Peach, grandson, and that percentage is encumbered because it serves as collateral for the promissory note. I just want to make sure that's an accurate recitation of what's before us.
That's correct. It is a member transfer, so it's coming straight from Mr. Pegram. And Pegram LLC is essentially an interest holder in GPEG, which is the holding company.
And it's going into the trust on behalf of and for the benefit of Mr. Peach, correct?
That's correct. Yes.
All right. Thank you so much for your,
go
ahead.
Yeah, the trust was newly created in part to hold this interest. So we created the trust, as part of the overall transaction. So the shares will go directly to the trust.
Thank you for confirming. I have no further questions or comments, and I appreciate your appearance today. Thank you, Chair.
Does any other commissioner have any questions or comments? I would simply say that based upon my observation of RUMP and the board's review of this matter, which is very thorough, I don't have any questions, and I thank you very much for your appearances today.
Thank you, Chair Tagliati, and also wanted to welcome you and Mr. Kiefer to the commission and congratulate you on your appointments.
Thank you.
Chair, I'm prepared to make a motion unless anybody has any other questions. Chair Tagliati, I move for approval of non-restricted item number 2 as recommended by the Gaming Control Board and as read into the record by Madam Secretary.
Any discussion on the motion? All right, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
It appears there's none opposed. Thank you and congratulations.
And thank you for your consideration.
Have a good day.
Madam Secretary, please read in non-restricted number 4.
Number 3?
3, excuse me, yes, 3.
Non-restricted number 3 is the application of Mohegan Tribal Gaming Authority doing business as Mohegan Gaming and Entertainment for an amendment to their order of registration and the applications of Kenneth Raymond Davidson and Carol Klein Anderson for a finding of suitability as controlling person or officer. You also have the application of Carol Klein Anderson for licensure as a key executive of MGNB LLC. The recommendation of the Gaming Control Board is for approval.
Good morning,
Morning,
Madam
Council.
Chair, members of the Commission, Madam Secretary. I'm Mark Rubenstein with the law firm of Reed Rubenstein and Bogatz, appearing on behalf of Mohegan Gaming and Entertainment. With me today are the applicants, Carol Anderson, the company's Chief Financial Officer, and Kenneth Davis, a member of the Tribal Management Board. If it pleases the Chair, what we'd like to do is bring up each one of them individually, starting with Ms. Anderson, and have them give a brief presentation of their
Please.
backgrounds and then answer any questions you may have.
We would
And then
appreciate
after that, revisit on the amendment to the order of registration.
it. Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. With further ado, Mrs. Anderson.
Good morning.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the Commission, Madam Secretary. My name is Carol Anderson, and I am currently the Chief Financial Officer of Mohegan Gaming and Entertainment. Thank you for taking the time to consider my application for a gaming license. I am proud to have been a resident of the state of Nevada since 2008. I'm familiar with the importance of the gaming rules and regulations in Nevada and recognize that approval of a gaming license is indeed a privilege. I will take all responsibilities associated with a gaming license very seriously. I joined MGE as Chief Financial Officer in March of this year after providing consulting services to the organization beginning in December 2020. As a consultant, my primary role was to facilitate the refinancing transaction that the company completed in January of this year, which we discussed in connection with your approval of a pledge earlier this year relating to one of our Nevada entities. As I learned more about the Mohegan organization and they learned more about me, we discovered that there was a lot of overlap in my prior professional experience, along with the priorities and attributes that the organization was looking for in its next CFO. My current responsibilities include capital markets, financial planning and analysis, corporate accounting, financial reporting, corporate treasury and tax, procurement, and evaluation of and support for all of our strategic business initiatives. I also recently developed a framework for our newly formed Environmental, Social, and Governance Committee, which will report directly to our Chief Executive Officer, as well as our Management Board. And I am currently serving as the first chair of that committee. Prior to joining Mohegan, I spent nearly 5 years at Scientific Games Corporation with both legal and finance responsibilities in areas such as capital markets, financial reporting, corporate treasury, mergers and acquisitions, and entity integrations. I was previously an attorney in private practice, representing issuers and underwriters in a variety of capital markets transactions, as well as a former leveraged finance investment banker in New York City. I received my undergraduate degree at Syracuse University and my law degree from Boston College Law School. My husband and I met in Las Vegas, which was not too long after he moved here from St. George, Utah. We have been happily married for 6 years, together for more than 9, and we have 2 adopted rescue dogs named Finn and Ryder, who complete our home. I would like to thank Special Agent Chamberlain for her assistance in my investigation, as well as a wonderful conversation that we had when we were reviewing my materials. Thank you again for your time and for your consideration of my application, and I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Well, thank you for that. Do we have any questions for the applicant?
Just briefly, if I may. Thank you, Chair. Welcome, Ms. Anderson.
Hello, thank you.
Thank you for that very comprehensive presentation. I do appreciate it. How often do you travel to Connecticut?
I currently average approximately 1 week per month on property. I just got back from a 10-day business trip to Connecticut.
Okay. And I see as the first chairperson of the ESG, you're doing wonderful work already, and I commend you on that. And you're, harmonizing, I think, the Mohegan Tribe's culture. And the committee is working in its infancy, but you have 13 generations to look back to in terms of wisdom. So I like that you're doing that, and I envision that great things will come from the committee to make contributions to be a good community partner. So thank you for working on that and moving forward with that as the first chair.
Thank you so much for
I have
that
no further
recognition.
questions.
Good morning. I've just a quick question for you regarding operations.
Yes.
With the increase in activity with conventions for the last 30 days or so, have you seen an uptick in your business?
Yeah, the way that we look at, I presume you're asking about the Las Vegas
yes,
property
ma'am.
in particular. Yes. The occupancy that we do see at the Las Vegas property is very much in line with what we're seeing from a convention and visitation perspective into Las Vegas. And so we anticipate as those visitors and convention goers return to Las Vegas, we'll continue to see improvement there.
So the casino revenues have increased as a direct result of the increase in occupancy for you?
I would say that generally speaking, there's a strong correlation in terms of the hotel occupancy and the results that we're seeing on the gaming floor.
Very good and very clean application, and I thank you for that.
Wonderful. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much for your appearance today and answering our questions. Thank you.
Thank you so
Council.
much. Take care. Have a good day.
Thank you.
Okay. Now we'd like to bring up Mr. Lewison.
Thank you.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the commission, Madam Secretary. My name is Kenneth Daveson, and I appear before you as a member of the Mohegan Tribal Gaming Authority, specifically their management board, which does business as Mohegan Gaming and Entertainment, for a finding of suitability as a controlling person. A little bit about myself. I was elected to the Mohegan Tribal Council, which also serves as the management board of Mohegan Gaming and Entertainment, in March 2020, the day before Connecticut closed the non-essential businesses as a result of the COVID pandemic. Yeah, I was elected to finish the term of a board member who resigned and was reelected in this past August 2021. I'm currently almost 2 months into my first 4-year term. Nearly 1,500 adult members of my tribal nation are eligible to vote in our elections. My service as a member of the management board of Mohegan Gaming and Entertainment includes oversight of all aspects of the casino enterprise's operations and development activities. As you know, in addition to the Mohegan Sun Casino in the Virgin Hotels Las Vegas, we operate casino resorts in Connecticut, Pennsylvania, New Jersey, and Washington State and Ontario, Canada. The company is also a partner in a major casino resort development in Incheon, South Korea, in which we hope to have open by 2023. The management board of MGE, Mohegan Gaming and Entertainment, meets several times a week to discuss all aspects of our business and receives daily reports from each property. Our meetings cover all aspects of our business, from human resources to reinvestment and expansion. The most recent global pandemic has made these decisions even more important and complex. My role as a member of the Mohegan Tribal Council includes running tribal government, which provides a multitude of services to our over 2,200 citizens, including children. The health, welfare, and history of our people resides on our tribal leadership to protect. The easiest way for me to describe the responsibility of our tribal council, given to us by our membership to our constitution, is to say that we're both the executive and legislative branch of the nation. Our elected elders are like our Supreme Court, although we do have a lower court and an appeals court, which the tribal council appoints judges. Before I was elected to the tribal council and management board, I primarily worked as a lawyer focusing on bankruptcy and consumer law. I also have a background in finance and previously served as a finance and logistics manager for the Halo Trust in Afghanistan. And prior to that, various finance and accounting related roles, including auditing agencies that were funded by the City of Philadelphia government. I have a bachelor's degree in finance from the University of Connecticut, and 20 years later, I received my law degree from the Arizona Summit Law School. I was born and raised in the state of Connecticut. I'm a former officer of the U.S. Army Reserve and Connecticut Army National Guard. I currently live in Uncasville, Connecticut, where the reservation is located. Before I conclude my remarks, I'd like to briefly address the board and apologize, for what may have appeared to be incomplete answers about various incidents that were listed in my personal history questionnaire. Although having been licensed in other regulatory jurisdictions where our company conducts its casino business, the hearing before the board on November 3rd was the first time I had to appear and answer questions in a public forum of this type. My nerves got the better of me, so I just wanted to clarify a few things. Yes, there were a number of incidents that occurred from 1981 when I was a teenager to 1997. All of those incidents involved what would be considered petty crimes had I been found guilty of them. I believe several of the incidents led to arrests, if not arrests, then involved the issuance of citations. None of them led to any convictions, and all of them were so long ago that there's literally no record of them in the court system. In addition, because each matter was disposed of without any severe punishment, I really don't have a clear recollection of all the details. Needless to say, it's not part of my life I enjoy discussing or wish to dwell on or relive. I matured out of that and have cut down on my drinking. As to the time I spent unemployed, I basically used that time in the distributions I received from the tribe as a result of its gaming earnings to travel to South and Central America, immerse myself in the culture there, and learn the language. And I'm an avid reader, which consumed much of my time while I was traveling. There were numerous trips between different countries, mainly to avoid running afoul of the 3-month tourist visa restrictions that was not employed there. Crossing land borders between Venezuela and Colombia was the most inexpensive way of satisfying the visa requirements. During that time, I also completed an archaeology field school, and at the conclusion of my time in South America, I enrolled in law school. So that accounts for the gap in my work history. Also, I stated that my only active non-gaming licenses are my law licenses. I failed to mention that my IRS tax preparer's license is also active. I prepare some tax returns pro bono for some tribal citizens as a way of giving back to the community. I believe that covers the areas that I was questioning about during the board meeting. And again, my apologies, my answers weren't crisp and clear. I think I have a lot to offer as a public servant to my tribal community and hope to continue to inspire confidence in those who elected me to serve. I'm happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Okay, do any of the commissioners have questions? Yes, Commissioner Solis Rennie.
Thank you, Mr. Davidson. Could you elaborate a little bit? I think you referenced it briefly, but I wasn't clear on what you did between when you graduated from college in 1985 or 87 until 2002. There's a big gap.
My first job, financial job out of school was with an investment company, First Investors Corporation. I received a Series 6 securities license. I worked there for a few years. I worked in Philadelphia as a finance director for a social service agency. And as a result of that, the city of Philadelphia health department asked me to come aboard as basically as a consultant doing audits of fiscally challenged social service agencies and also working on the budgets for the different departments within the health department. After I left the city of Philadelphia, I started a newspaper, local newspaper. It's a free newspaper that I distributed to restaurants and convenience stores. And it focused on Native American issues, gaming issues. That lasted for a few years until I found out I could put stuff up on the internet for free and not have to pay for the newspapers. I then went to New Jersey and worked for a recycling company for a few years. And that lasted that was 1998 until 2000. And then 2000 to 2002, I worked for a large printing company that was bought by ADP in Jersey City. The printing company primarily did printing for financial institutions, and ADP bought that because they do proxies for public companies, and that's why they wanted the printing company.
Thank you. I was just curious about that. I know you served in the service for a number of years, so thank you for that service. In looking at the commonality between the different instances that you refer to, your contact with police, they all seem to be alcohol related. Is that something that we need to be concerned about at this point?
Yeah, I don't think so. I mean, I was single and foolish. I mean, I'm not the same person that I was 20, 25, 30, 40 years ago. I've matured out of that. I mean, I do drink socially, and it's almost always with constituents, only if they drink. And I never drink at home.
Yeah, it looks like you haven't had any contact since 97, but I just,
Yes,
it went on for a number of years, so I just wanted to address that
thank you.
upfront. Okay, and the tribal position is a full-time position, so you're not currently practicing law anymore. Is that correct?
Correct. There were a couple, since I was elected in 2020. I mean, there's still, a few cases that I had to close up, settle, and, the foreclosures were put on hold. I was defending homeowners in foreclosures, and those got cleared up fairly recently. And I mean, I have to say that I don't have any more back cases that I have to deal with.
Good. Well, this is a huge responsibility that you've been entrusted with by your tribal members. So I like hearing that you take that seriously and that you're going to be a role model for those young tribal members that are looking up to you. I don't have any further questions.
Commissioner Cohen?
Yes, Chair. I'd be remiss if I didn't ask Mr. Rubenstein a question or two. Regarding Connecticut, has the switch been turned on for the online gaming?
The switch has been turned on for the mobile sports wagering, but not, as far as I know, the casino games. Has it? Okay, Ms. Anderson's really better.
Thank you, Mr. Rubenstein.
Like I can address, yes. With respect to sports betting and digital gaming in the state of Connecticut, retail sportsbook operations went live on September 30th. And then in the middle of October, we launched 2 apps in the state of Connecticut covering both digital sports betting and online gaming, one of which is a FanDuel branded app, and another of which is a Mohegan Sun Casino branded app. So those both went live in mid-October.
Very good. And the backbone for both was the FanDuel?
That is correct. We're utilizing FanDuel technology.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr.
Thank you.
Just some brief questions and observations for Mr. Davison. Thank you for your time today. I appreciate you coming before us. And thank you for your service with the Army Reserve and the National Guard. It's something that should not be overlooked. When is the last time you traveled to Venezuela, Colombia, or Ecuador?
2010, when I got back to go to law school, and that was the last vacation that I've had.
So that phase is behind you now. All of that international travel and living abroad is something
Yes.
you're focused on the U.S. at this point.
Yes, absolutely.
I will tell you that I actually thought you were very candid and forthcoming with your disclosures, going very far back to Pizzagate and Taxigate and all of the other things. And it sounded like you were having a lot of fun and growing and maturing. And you seem very well rounded. I mean, I'm not sure what prompted you to go for the tribal council position. What was the catalyst for that?
Well, my grandmother was on the tribal council in the 1960s. And some of my aunts were on the tribal council. My mother was the tribe's archivist. So, and I've been very involved, politically within the tribe for some decades. And I'd like to have decisions and the major things going on in the tribe. And I hope to leave it in a better place after I'm done than when I started.
Thank you for that explanation. I do see a line of demarcation in terms of the person that you were years and years ago and the types of things you were getting into, and the thoughtfulness that you have in moving forward in terms of, I noticed that you were trying to improve the community by challenging the election rules and being involved in that to enhance voters' rights. So I do see that this is a huge turnaround for you and you're moving forward, and you're trying to be a good member of the community. So I actually think you were candid and forthcoming with your disclosures. I appreciate them. I know this is a difficult process, but it's a huge responsibility. So I have no areas of concern. And I thank you and wish you luck in your endeavors.
Thank you.
Commissioner Keycapper?
Thank you, Chair. I wanted to dig in a little bit on the circumstances of your election as well. It seemed like you filed multiple challenges to either the election rules or the outcomes of the election starting back in 2008. Were you a candidate for tribal council in 2008? Or were you simply challenging the
No,
process?
I was not.
So it was just a challenge to the process?
Yes. Yeah, there were at that time, if they say there were 4 vacancies on the tribal council, the members were required to vote for 4 people, whether they like 2 people or 1 person. They had to vote for 4 people, and my challenge was to make it so that they didn't have to vote for the number of positions that were open, but only the positions that they felt that they really wanted to vote for. And that didn't work out in tribal court, but later the Constitution was revised to allow tribal members to vote for less than the number of positions that were open.
And then you were elected in 2019, right?
Yes.
And that appears to be an example of every vote counts.
In 2020. I began running in 2019.
Okay. And so you had to challenge the outcome of that election.
Yes.
Correct. Can you just talk a little bit about the circumstances of that, how that transpired?
Yeah, when the election started, there was the eligible members to vote were sent out instructions that said that they could vote between the hours of 9 a.m. and noon on that particular last day of the election. And before that last day, the election committee changed the hours of voting from 8:30 to 9, but did not send out a notification to all the voters. They sent out emails to email blasts to those members who had emails, and sent some publication of that to some of the voters in another way, but not to all the voters. So because the voting hours were changed, I asked that they conduct another election.
And the Council of Elders granted that?
Yes.
Based on that rule change?
Because there were a couple of voters that showed up close to 12 o'clock that day to submit their ballots, but they couldn't submit them.
Well, I appreciate it, and I as well appreciate your willingness to be very forthcoming in your disclosure, and going back so far that we probably would have had some trouble verifying some of the stuff if you hadn't disclosed it. So appreciate that. Thank you.
Did you have another question?
Just from Mr. Rubenstein, were there any questions regarding draft number 1 dated as of 9/17 that were not substantive?
No, we accepted that draft. It just reflects the addition of Mr. Davison and the deletion of a tribal member or a tribal board member who decided not to run for re-election.
Very good.
Okay. And we'll have to change the draft to that one. Okay. Okay, sir. Thank you for your response to the comments. I guess I would just ask, would you mind, I just want to make sure I have the context of the apology. I need to understand the background of what we're getting at when you made that apology. Am I to understand that what you're saying is related to the not recalling the arrests previously, and then at the board hearing, clarifying that? Is that what you're referring to as far as the apology? Because I'm not 100% clear.
Yeah, specifically, in the dispositions.
And nothing else?
Right, correct.
Okay. Thank you very much. I appreciate your appearance today. I too acknowledge and understand, and I think throughout this process, it's been made very clear to the board, to the commission, that if it weren't for you disclosing these matters, that we wouldn't know about them. And so I applaud you for that, and I appreciate your appearance today. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Is there anything else?
I have nothing further other than say welcome, Madam Chair and Mr. Keycapper, to the commission. I look forward to appearing before you again.
Okay. So if there's no other further questions or comments by the commissioners, I think it's proper for a motion.
Chair, I would move for approval of non-restricted items in their entirety, number 3, as read into the record by Madam Secretary and recommended by the Gaming Control Board, and further give Chair Tagliati the authority to execute draft number 1 as set forth in the record.
Any discussion on the motion?
No.
Okay, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? There being no opposed, thank you very much. Congratulations.
Thank you. Happy holidays to you.
Okay, Madam Secretary, please read in non-restricted number 4.
Non-restricted number 4, the applications of John Grant Lincoln and Charles Danner Skinner for the pledge as noted on the agenda. The recommendation of the Gaming Control Board is for approval, and I believe we have a disclosure on this item.
Thank you so much. I do have a disclosure on non-restricted item number 4. Strategic Gaming Management LLC is a client of Lewis Roque, the firm where I am a partner, in an unrelated matter in which I am not personally involved. I have no pecuniary interest in the outcome of this agenda item. I do not believe the independence of judgment of a reasonable person in my position would be affected by the relationship described on the record, and I therefore intend to participate.
Okay, thank you. Council.
Good morning, Chair Tagliati, Commissioners, Madam Secretary. For the record, Scott Shearer of Bronstein Hyatt Harvard Schreck, appearing on behalf of the applicants. If I might just offer a personal opinion, one, welcome, Chair Tagliati. It's nice to see you up there, and I welcomed Commissioner Kekeffer last month, but I think the two of you certainly helped round out a very strong group, and I commend the governor on his wisdom in appointing both of you. So the only problem I have is the confusion whether we call you judge or your honor, and whether we call Commissioner Kekeffer senator.
I went for the shortest option possible, chair.
Chair, that works for me. This is a relatively standard pledge. We're seeking approval. The lender has asked that we pledge, or that Mr. Skinner and Mr. Lincoln pledge their membership interest in Strategic Gaming Management as collateral for this loan. This was essentially a refinance of the Baldini's property in Sparks. And we're just here to ask for approval of that and be happy to answer any questions. I'd also like to say thank you for waiving the appearance of Mr. Lincoln and Mr. Skinner.
Okay, does any of the commissioners have any questions or comments related to this item?
Just briefly, if I may, and I don't know, sir, if you have the answers to this, but I just wanted to confirm that slot operation still hasn't commenced, or has it? Because during the board proceedings, I understand it hadn't commenced yet. Do you know if that's?
The sports operation is not commenced out in Lovelock, but the Zen has taken over the operation of the slots at Big Wheel Lovelock.
Okay.
They've been doing that for about 3 weeks now. So.
Okay, so is it no longer in the lab?
Well, the sports technology is in the lab.
Okay.
The slots technology is not. So it was in the lab 2 weeks ago. I don't know, to be honest with you. I don't represent Zen, so I don't know what their current status is. But as of 2 weeks ago, it was reported to me that the technology was still under review.
Okay.
And so they had not commenced the sports operation.
Okay, so the sports betting operation has not gone live yet.
That's my understanding.
Okay,
yes.
I just wanted to see if there was an update since the last time. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other commissioner? All right, does anyone have a motion?
Chair, I'm prepared to make a motion for the approval of non-restricted item number 4 as recommended by the Gaming Control Board and is read into the record by Madam Secretary.
Is there any discussion on the motion? There being none, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
It appears there's none opposed. Thank you very much for your appearance today.
My pleasure. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, Madam Secretary, please read in non-restricted number 5.
Non-restricted number 5 is the application of Nevada Restaurant Services, Inc. to add, remove, or modify conditions. The recommendation of the Gaming Control Board is for approval with the removal and addition of the conditions as noted on the agenda.
Good morning, Chair Tagliati, members of the Commission, Madam Secretary, members of the Board. My name is Cannon Smith, and I'm General Counsel for Nevada Restaurant Services, Inc. I'm before you today on NRSI's application to modify license conditions. Technically, the request is the removal of 3 license conditions and the addition of 2, but in practice, it's more like the update of 2 conditions and the removal of a third. For the sake of the record, I'll read in now the conditions requested to be removed. Number 1, upon the addition or removal of the chief financial officer / chief operating officer or general managers or any general manager in the organization chart Exhibit B of the June 2006 investigative report, a new dated organizational chart must be submitted and administratively approved by the NGCB chair or the chair's designee. Further, no general manager may supervise more than 10 store managers, and no store manager may supervise more than 10 equity locations without administrative approval of the NGCB chair or the chair's designee. 2, the chief financial officer / chief operating officer and all general managers must have a key employee application on file and must refile within 60 days of a change in the person occupying that position. And 3, Nevada Restaurant Services, Inc. must file a report to the board 2 times yearly within 30 days after March 31st and within 30 days after September 30th that reflects A, the name of the store managers, dates of birth, social security numbers, and the names of the locations for which they are responsible, and B, the name of the location managers, dates of birth, social security numbers, and the name of the location they manage. And to add the following 2 conditions. 1, no general manager may supervise more than 10 store managers, and no store manager may supervise more than 10 locations without administrative approval of the NGCB chair or the chair's designee. And 2, the gaming director and all general managers must have a key employee application on file and must refile within 60 days of a change in the person occupying that position. Upon the addition or removal of the gaming director or general manager, a new organizational chart must be submitted to the NGCB Investigations Division. I'm happy to answer any questions that the commission may have.
Do we have any questions?
I have no areas of concern.
Commissioner Carver?
Thank you, Chair. Mr. Smith, so I know there was a lot of back and forth with the board over these conditions. Ultimately, does the amendments alter the number of locations that will be overseen by a licensee?
They do not.
And then this might just be me coming up to speed on a couple of these. There's a change in the terminology between the first condition removed and added back in, and it's equity location to location. What's the difference between an equity location and a location?
There really isn't a difference. I just think that in 2006, when that condition was originally created, it was called an equity location, and we just simplified in this new version.
Appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Anybody else? All right. Is there a motion?
Thank you, Chair Tagliati. I would move for approval of non-restricted item number 5 as read into the record by Madam Secretary and recommended by the Gaming Control Board.
Any discussion on the motion? There being none, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? None opposed?
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Madam Secretary, please read in non-restricted number 6.
Non-restricted number 6 is the application of Nevada Restaurant Services, Inc., doing business as Points Casino number 211 for a non-restricted gaming license. The recommendation of the Gaming Control Board is for approval with the condition as noted on the agenda.
Good morning again. For the record, my name is Cannon Smith, and I'm General Counsel for Nevada Restaurant Services, Inc. I'm before you now on NRSI's application for a non-restricted gaming license to conduct a one-day opening at Points number 211, which would be located at 5021 East Craig Road, Las Vegas, Nevada, 89115. This one-day opening is necessary in order to preserve some of the non-conforming uses at the location. And if approved, the one-day opening would occur now on Thursday, December 2nd. I'm happy to answer any questions that the commission may have.
If I may, so before the board, I thought the date was December 1st. Have you just changed it to December 2nd?
I was updated as of yesterday that for logistics reasons, the Thursday is going to be better.
No problem. I just wanted to make sure because when I watched the presentation before the board, it was the 1st. Just want to make sure there wasn't a typo. And it's just a one-day opening for the grandfather.
That's correct.
Please. Okay. No areas of concern. Thank you for me.
Any other questions? All right. I think the matter is proper for a motion at this time.
I'm prepared to move forward. Unless anyone has questions, I move for approval of the non-restricted item number 6 as recommended by the Gaming Control Board and is read into the record by Madam Secretary.
Okay, any discussion on the motion? There being none, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
It appears there's none opposed.
Thank you so
Thank
much.
you very much. Madam Secretary, please read in non-restricted number 7.
Non-restricted number 7 is the application of a United Coin Machine Company doing business as Century Gaming Technologies, doing business at the beach for a non-restricted gaming license. The recommendation of the Gaming Control Board is for approval with the condition as noted on the agenda. I believe we have a disclosure on this item.
Thank you so much. I'd like to disclose for Century Games Pte. Limited. It's a client of Louis Roca, the firm where I'm a partner in an unrelated matter, which I'm not personally involved. I make this disclosure in an abundance of caution because the names are similar, but it's not the exact same entity. I have no pecuniary interest in the outcome of this agenda item, and I don't believe that the independence of judgment of a reasonable person in my position would be affected by the relationship described on the record, and I therefore intend to participate. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. If you could, state your name.
Good morning,
Morning.
Madam Chair, members of the Commission, Madam Secretary. My name is Debbie Cornine. I am the Director of Compliance for Century Gaming Technologies, and the application before you today is for the beach. This application is filed only to retain the property's grandfathered rights to non-restricted gaming. Joining me today also in Carson City is Mr. Dennis Nylander. We are both here to answer any questions you might have. I can give you a brief overview of the operation if you wish.
Please.
Okay, so we plan to do this one-day event on December 2nd. It will start at 6 a.m. in the morning and conclude at 2 in the afternoon. We will be using a tent facility to do this operation. We will bring in 16 upright gaming devices. Century Gaming will be responsible for the supervision during the entire event, supervision and security over the games. We will have a person available to make sure that all of the COVID regulations are being followed at that time. We will have proper signage available. We will, make sure that we maintain social distancing and that masks are being used.
Okay, thank you. Council, do you have anything to add?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm here representing Marriott International, which is the landlord for this location. And I'm just here to respond to any questions you might have.
Okay, thank you. Do any of the commissioners have any questions?
Just briefly, are you bringing in 16 machines?
Yes, there will be 16 upright machines, yes.
Okay, thank you. That's all I had. No areas of concern for me. Thank you for your time and your presentation today, both of you.
I just had a quick question out of curiosity. I understand you don't get a lot of play at these one-day locations, but how is cash handled?
We have somebody there, and we actually have cash. He will, if there activity on the machine, he will be there to make any payouts or handle anything. We don't actually bring in a cash dispenser typically for these because it's a little bit overkill.
Okay, just curious. Thank you.
Yeah, normally we typically, just for general knowledge, we typically like to run a little bit of money through a machine so that we can document the start, the end, and we take meters and show that the operation was conducted. So that's typically all we see.
Thank you.
Commissioner Keycapper?
Thank you, Chair. My question is for Mr. Nylander. This one-day operation will have been happening now since 2008. So I'm trying to figure out what the status of the development of the site is and what the plans are for its movement going forward.
Thank you, Commissioner Keycapper, for the question. The Marriott, as you may know, owns 5 hotels in this vicinity of the beach, the former beach property, and they have entitlements from the local governments to develop a fairly large project. And they've been looking for partners, suitable partners to do that. So for them, it's a little bit unique. They don't really care about the room requirement. That's what they do, is build resorts and rooms. So that's not, it's just the value of the non-restricted license that they're trying to preserve while they decide whether to move forward with their project, or eventually they may sell this to another party. And certainly that value is something that they paid for back when they acquired the land. So really for them, it's just a matter of preserving value. But the entitlements are ongoing, excuse me, and they do have an extension of the entitlements before the county I'm sorry, the city on December 22nd. But we don't anticipate any problems with the extension of the entitlements. But again, it's just to preserve the value that non-restricted license carries in the event they decided to eventually sell the
Thank you. So the plans approved by the Planning Commission are for sort of aggregated Marriott properties in that space. It's not all specific to that 0.3 acre site at the beach. It seemed like that would be an awful lot of rooms to put on that little piece of land.
Yeah, that's absolutely correct. And you must be familiar with the property. It's right across the street from the convention center on Paradise. And they have a big Marriott and several other Marriotts around it. And so it's kind of a little island there, but you're correct. The overall project that they would envision there is much bigger, and it would involve timeshares, potentially condominiums, retail, entertainment. It's that little piece of property is just something that's in the middle of what they own already.
Yeah, Google Earth is a useful tool. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions? All right, at this time, if there are no questions, I think we are ready for a motion.
Thank you, Chair. I would move for approval of non-restrictive item number 7 is read into the record by Madam Secretary and recommended by the Nevada Gaming Control Board.
Any discussion on the motion? There being none, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
There are none opposed. Thank you very much for your
Thank you.
patience and your appearance today.
Thank you
Thank
very
you,
much.
council.
Thank you.
Madam Secretary, please read in non-restricted number 9.
Non-restricted number 9 is the application of Deron James Hunsberger for licensure as an officer of Ainsworth Game Technology, Inc. The recommendation of the Gaming Control Board is for approval.
Good morning, Chair Tagliati, Commission members, Madam Secretary. For the record, I am Darren Dorsey, the Senior Vice President, General Counsel, and Group Compliance Officer for Ainsworth Game Technology. Also with me is Darren Hunsberger, our Chief Commercial Officer for North America. And that's the reason we're here today, associated with his application as an officer of Ainsworth Game Technology, Inc. Just as a matter of...
Before you proceed, it's not a real disclosure. I just wanted to say that I went to law school with Mr. Dorsey as part of class. There's no issue. We don't hang out. I respect him tremendously, and it's good to see you. Pardon the interruption.
Thank you, Commissioner Brown, and Commissioner Solis Rainey will probably have to say the same thing then.
You hear the brag on the charter class?
Yes.
Yeah. That had to come first.
The best class.
Yes, and I was going to just add, if that's a required disclosure, then obviously I would need to make the same disclosure because I also graduated Mr. Dorsey.
I don't think it is required. I just wanted to give you a shout out, Mr. Dorsey. Thank you.
Just as a brief matter of housekeeping as well, Mr. Hunsberger previously appeared for the board in October. He was unanimously approved, and we appreciate the commission's accommodation. He had a travel conflict and could not make the October agenda, and we appreciate the collegiality and professionalism in letting him appear here today. And as the record before you outlines, he's been a part of this gaming industry and specifically the supplier sector for many, many decades. But this is his first appearance, individual suitability finding, and appearance before the commission. So if that's okay with you, I would just simply step out of the way and have Mr. Hunsberger introduce himself, give him some information about his background. And then if you had any questions regarding for him or me regarding Ainsworth Game Technology, we're both here to answer those questions.
Thank you. Appreciate that. Sir?
Good morning,
Good morning.
Madam Chair, Tagliati, Commissioner members, Madam Secretary. For the record, my name is Darren Hunsberger. I'm the Chief Commercial Officer for North America at Ainsworth Game Technology, based in the company's Las Vegas facility. and I'm here today as part of my application as an officer of Ainsworth Game Technology, Inc. By way of background, I grew up in Reno, graduated from the University of Nevada, Reno with a Bachelor of Science degree in Finance in 1989, and I began my career in accounting and finance roles. I first came to the gaming industry for a sales role at Valley Gaming in 1994, and I've spent the last 25 plus years in a variety of roles as a sales executive and business development leader at different companies within the sector. I joined Ainsworth at the fall of 2017 to lead the sales for North America and was promoted to Chief Commercial Officer for North America at the beginning of 2020. Today, I oversee sales, marketing, service, product management for North America as part of our company's leadership team for the Americas. As a Nevadan and longtime member of the gaming industry, I appreciate the opportunity to appear here today, generosity in accommodating my schedule requested in October. I would also like to again thank the board staff and investigative agents led by Agent Brian Keeney for their professionalism in processing my application. I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Commissioner Keycapper?
Thank you, Chair. It's more on the personal side. I see you're from Northern Nevada. There's an elementary school named Hunsberger.
Yes, that's named after my father.
Excellent.
Yep.
All right. I was curious. It just rang a bell. So that means you got some deep community roots up there.
Yeah, he was a 35-year employee of Washoe County School District, retired as Senior Director of Elementary Education for the county.
I have no questions. You have excellent counsel, and thank you for your presentation today.
Thank you.
I also didn't have any questions. Your background is very impressive. It's good to have you before us, and I'm glad that we were able to hear from you today.
Thank you.
I would agree. I have no questions, and it's very much appreciated for your time today and coming up and introducing yourself and giving us this information about your background. Thank you.
Thank you.
Want to make a motion?
Thank you, Chair. I would move for approval of non-restricted agenda item number 11 as read into the record by Madam Secretary and as recommended by the Gaming Control Board.
Any discussion on the motion? There being none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
There are none opposed. Congratulations and thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And Mr. Dorsey, I did want to take an opportunity to congratulate you for being named as Executive Director for your industry association.
Thank you very much, Commissioner Solis Rainey.
Great opportunity.
And I will take a moment. It was difficult, as Mr. Sherrod talked out, because it's Judge Tagliaferro and Senator Keycapper, but it's more difficult to not call Commissioner Solis Rainey and Commissioner Brown by their first names. It's very difficult in this setting. So thank you again.
Good to see you. Happy Thanksgiving.
Okay, at this time, Madam Secretary, I believe we are now to our restricted items held out for discussion. Please read in restricted number 1.
Just for clarification of the record, I just want to note that that was non-restricted number 9, not non-restricted number 11.
Did I say 9?
Yes, that's why I gave you the look.
So reflected, sorry.
Restricted number 1 is the application of Shelley Marie Lang for temporary licensure as the executrix of the estate of John Vernon Crosswaith. The recommendation of the Gaming Control Board is for approval with the limitation as noted on the agenda.
Hello, Chair Tagliati, members of the Commission, Madam Secretary. My name is Greg Gemignani from the law firm of Dickinson Wright. I'm representing Shelley Lang on this application as executrix of her father's estate. We don't have an affirmative presentation, but we're happy to take any questions you may have.
If I may proceed with some questions, Chair?
Yes, Commissioner Brown.
Thank you so much for appearing today. I appreciate your time. I know that this has kind of been in limbo for some time because Mrs. Lang has had some misunderstandings, not sure if she's taken advice of all the counsel that she's retained to move forward to make this a more seamless process for you. But I know that you had some misunderstandings, Miss, about who held what and what the proper procedures were. So I hope you can answer these questions just to make sure we're all on the same page. Has the probate order been submitted to the Lincoln County District Court yet? Can somebody answer that for me? Because I know at the last meeting it hadn't been done yet, but it was in process.
No, it has not been done yet. We're going to make sure that the probate order matches the licenses, the local licenses, and the state licenses that she'll be applying for. And we've talked about getting tax counsel to also assist in this, and she does have probate counsel in Lincoln County assisting on that matter as well.
Yes, and Ms. Lang currently has a temporary administrative approval to operate that expires at midnight in November of 2021. Is that correct?
Yes, expires tonight.
And then in terms of Vance, your brother, correct?
Yes.
I thought I saw in the materials that there were 2 different arrests, but when I looked through the case number, I only saw one criminal case number. And I can't remember if both of the arrests were related to domestic violence, because the one that I saw with the case number starting in 2013 related to an incident, I think that involved you and your father. Can you tell me, were there 2 arrests or just one for
My
Vance?
brother?
Yes.
I apologize. I don't know anything more other than the one that he went to jail for when he put a
Okay.
gun to my head.
I didn't want to say it, but yes,
Yes.
that was the incident, I call it. It
Yes.
sounded traumatic, so I'm glad you're okay. And when is the last time you saw him?
The day he went to prison.
Okay, and I thought it said that the charges were dismissed with prejudice in connection with that domestic violence issue.
I apologize. I don't have any of that information.
Okay.
I can get it.
No, that's okay. Just, do you know where Vance lived last? Do you know where
Do
he
not.
is now?
Last I heard he was in Vegas, but I don't know if he still resides here.
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear. Somebody was coughing. One more time.
The last I heard he was in Las Vegas, but I don't know.
Okay. And the 2 children, the 2 sons that Vance has,
Yes.
I don't know if they're minors. If they're minors, who takes care of them?
They are minors. They live with their mother up in Washington State.
Okay. And once probate concludes and upon the Gaming Control Board's Commission's approval, to the extent it's provided today for the temporary administrative license for you as the executrix, it's my understanding, Ms. Langen, tell me if you agree, that you will then submit an application on behalf of the estate to transfer the resort from the estate to you individually.
Correct.
Okay. And I noticed you also had a paralegal certificate. Did you ever use your paralegal certificate for work?
Yes, I did. I worked in the field for about 25 years.
I'm sorry, I can't hear you. Close
I
your
worked in the
microphone.
field for about 25 years.
You worked where?
I worked for Richard Koch.
Thank you. Thank you. Do you miss being a
I do.
paralegal? Okay.
I do. I own a plumbing company now and an RV park, so completely different.
We need good paralegals in the legal field, so always consider coming back. And can you just tell me, I know that you've been employed with the resort since 2016. Is that accurate?
Well, I would go up and help my parents periodically from the time that they purchased it nearly 20 years ago.
Okay.
Set up their QuickBooks, things of that nature, not as an employee officially, but just tried to help them get their books going and help my dad as my dad was getting older after my mom passed.
Of course.
So I would just go up periodically, but then he got sick in August of 2019 and then passed away on October 1st of 2019. And that's when my husband and I were, full on.
Yep, and now you're committed. And are you still working with the plumbing world, or is this?
Yes.
Okay, and how do you divide up your time between the 2?
I'm there, I'm about 50-50 between there and in Vegas. It is easier here for the plumbing company because we have more people that have been in place for many years. Our plumbing company's been here for 21 years, and our oldest son is our senior technician. So it's a lot easier for us to be up there more often than it is here.
Oh, that's wonderful. And how is business at the resort in Pioche? We don't get a lot of.
It's been quite good. I mean, I hate to say that COVID has been a good thing, but people want to get out and spend time in their RVs and, go fishing and go ride their ATVs. And so it's been good. Of course, it was bad when the non-essential part of our business was closed, the bar and the gaming, but our store was still there and our RV park was still there.
So it's good that you have that to fall back on.
Yes.
And how are your staffing issues, to the extent you have any?
That's always a challenge up there. It is a very small community and a lot of the people up there are older. So we have to, hope that we get people that will do their job. We do rely on a lot of the younger kids, 18, 19 years old, and train them to do different things, maintenance, housekeeping. So it is a challenge, and COVID did not help that any.
No, I'm sure. And I know that you've endeavored in the past, at least I think you have, to sell the business. And where are you with that? I know that's been a stop and go kind of.
My dad had it on the market for about 3 years prior to his passing.
And he had people that stopped in and, we have one gentleman that would really like to purchase it. So we talk to him frequently. He's still employed. So if it works out that when he retires, we're still available. But we really enjoy being up there. People are happy when they're up there. They're out of Las Vegas or Utah or wherever they're coming from. And it's just a really wonderful environment. And we have a lot of permanent tenants that live on property as well. So it's just a wonderful place to be.
No, it sounds
So
like
if
it.
it doesn't get sold, I'm not going to be too sad.
Good. Well, it sounds like wonderful memories for you. And
Yes.
thank you for coming forward and working so hard with the investigators over the years. I saw the emails that go back I think,
Yes.
to 2019 with the back and forth and the misunderstanding. And you have, I'm sure, capable counsel, and you should listen to them. They know what they're doing, and they're giving you good advice. So I'm
Thank
I'm
you
sure
very much.
they're guiding you through the process. So we can one day have you come before us as the applicant.
Thank you.
Just one quick comment, Mrs. Lang. I just wanted for the record that there was a technical violation of NRS 463, I believe, 5733, and Nevada Gaming Commission, right, 8030, transfer of interest to stranger. I just, again, would like you to reiterate for the record so we're clear that there was no intention, no intent on your part to violate either the statute or the reg. It was just a misinterpretation and confusion more than anything else.
I'm confused.
Yeah, this actually happened before Ms. Lang was involved with the business. So in 2010, her father had a trust formed and some LLCs formed. And I think the intent was to put the business in the LLCs and then have it owned by the trust, but the documentation is not entirely specific. And then in 2013, because he was holding the license as a joint tenant with his wife since 2003, but he formed these entities in 2010. And then in 2013, he had his license changed from joint tenant to sole proprietor. So I think there's some question as to whether that business ever was put into those entities or whether it wasn't. And since he's not here to talk about it, we just aren't sure.
I just want to make sure, because there's been some confusion, and I know Mrs. Lang, you were questioning your different avenues, and that's what I was getting at, but there was no intent on any delay on your part to
Oh,
come
no,
before.
no, sir. No, sir.
Thank you.
And just in the avoidance of doubt, if I may, as you stand here today before us, you do understand that neither the trust nor the LLC owns the resort, but the estate owns the resort. Is that your final understanding?
Yes.
Okay. And I think that the transfers that were done in 2010 by your father, I think they're technically void under NRS 463, 5733 and Reg 8030, but that's had nothing to do with you because that wasn't something you were involved in specifically. So I understand that.
Right.
Okay, I have no other questions. Thank you so much for indulging me.
So just as follow-up to my fellow commissioners' comments, I would simply say that from the materials I read, that the staff on multiple occasions, telephone conversations, emails, they were repeatedly trying to get you in line and on board with what was required. And so I appreciate the misunderstanding, but I hope you understand the significance of, the responsibility being yours to be in compliance.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, ultimately, is there anything else? All right, at this time, if there's no other questions, I think we're ready for a motion.
Chair Tagliati, I would move for approval of restricted item number 1 as read into the record by Madam Secretary and recommended by the Gaming Control.
Any discussion on the motion? There being none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
All right, it appears there's none opposed. Thank you very much for explaining everything to us and being here today.
Okay,
Thank you,
appreciate
Chair
it.
Taliani. Thank you, Commissioners. Thank you, Madam Secretary, and thank you to Agent Bradford, who did a lot of work on this.
Thank you.
Thank you and happy Thanksgiving.
All right, Madam Secretary, please read in restricted number 2 to the record.
Restricted number 2 are the applications of Doc G&G Inc. for a transfer of interest and the applications of Gene Hill for temporary licensure as administrator of the estate of Glenn Edward Hill and licensure as sole officer, director, and shareholder. The recommendation of the Gaming Control Board is for approval.
Morning, Madam Chair. Michael Van on behalf of Mr. Hill. And just for the record, no one on this board is old enough to have gone to law school with me. So we don't have any of those conflicts.
That's not a conflict for the record.
I know, just kidding. Your Honor, excuse me, not Your Honor. I apologize, force of habit.
It was a long time, wasn't it?
It's been a long,
100 dog years.
Exactly. Just very briefly to provide a history, Mr. Hill has been licensed since 1988. In July, August of 2020, he had two brothers, each of which had gaming establishments that passed away. And we were trying to sort through probates and everything. They were unexpected deaths. To answer the question that may come up about the delays in filings and things, I'm not going to point fingers, but suggest that there were some issues on our side. Admittedly, there were also some issues where we actually filed an application and we don't know where it went. I have no idea. Ended up just filing or sending in another check and a new application. So with that being said, he has been licensed for a long time, and this is an application for the temporary licensure as well as the application to transfer the interest. And to Commissioner Brown, to answer your question before you ask it, the probate process is all but done with the exception of this.
Thank you. I still have a question, if I may.
Yes, Commissioner Brown.
Thank you so much, Chair, and thank you for appearing today. I appreciate it very much, and sorry for your loss. So I know that you've been licensed for years and years, and you're familiar with the rules and the regulations. So if you could please explain to me why you filed with the Nevada Secretary of State the change for the President, Secretary, and Treasurer and Director of DOC and GG with no commission or board approval before you did that in violation of NRS 463-530.
Jakes?
Yeah.
I'm sorry, could you ask the question and answer?
Sure. So you made a change with the Nevada Secretary of State without getting approval from the board or the Gaming Commission, but I understand that you have been licensed for some time and we expect you to know the rules and the regulations and the responsibilities for licensure. So can you explain to me why that occurred?
Obviously, I made a mistake there without seeking counsel. I did that for the bank account, so the bank account can be transferred to me put on the bank account.
Of course, because time was of the essence.
Yes.
Okay, but you understand now that that was not appropriate.
Yes, I certainly do.
Okay, I just want to make sure that you're aware because you seem like with the Rum Runner and the other locations, you've had no issues and no incident and you've complied with the rules. I just wanted to confirm that you understood why that was an issue. Thank you, sir. I have no other areas of concern.
Do any of the other commissioners have any questions or comments? All right, there being no other questions or comments, at this time, it looks like we are, does anyone have a motion?
Sure, Chair Tagliati. With respect to restricted item number 2, I would move for approval of that matter as recommended by the Game Control Board and read into the record by Madam Secretary.
Any discussion on the motion? There being no discussion, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All right, there's none opposed. Thank you very much. Appreciate
Thank you.
your
It's a
appearances.
pleasure to see you again. Thank you.
Thank you. Happy Thanksgiving.
All right, Madam Secretary, can you read in restricted number 5?
Restricted number 3?
Or, I'm sorry, yes. I keep going to the next page.
Restricted number 3 are the applications of Tivoli Pub LLC doing business as Rustic House for a restricted gaming license and the Adam B. Corrigan Gaming Trust and Adam Corrigan for licensure as sole member or manager. The recommendation of the Gaming Control Board is for approval with the condition as noted on the agenda. I believe we have a disclosure on this item.
But before we have the disclosure, I believe he was appearing remotely and I just can't see the glare and the thickness of the glasses.
It just came on the bottom.
Okay, there we are. Okay, so it appears, Mr. Corrigan, are you there?
Good
Can you hear
morning.
us?
I can, thank you.
Okay, at this time, Commissioner Brown is going to make a disclosure. Thank you.
Thank you. I have a disclosure to make. Rustic House Mallorca is adverse in a matter involving a client of Louis Roca, the firm where I am a partner, in an unrelated matter in which I am not personally involved. I have no pecuniary interest in the outcome of this agenda item, and I do not believe the independence of judgment of a reasonable person in my position would be affected by the relationship described on the record, and I therefore intend to participate. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you. Sir, if you could state your name for the record officially and make any presentation that you wish to regarding your application.
Absolutely, Madam Chair, Commissioners, Madam Secretary. My name is Adam Corrigan. I represent Tivoli Pub LLC, and I'm here to answer any questions you may have that were answered or were not answered at the previous meeting.
Yeah, I would like to advise the commissioners that Mr. Corrigan is appearing remotely due to a significant family event. And so he asked for that accommodation, and in light of the circumstances, we have him appearing remotely. Do I have any questions from the commissioners?
Just briefly about some non-disclosures, sir, if I may. Can you hear me?
Absolutely, I can.
Okay, thank you. So I know there was a failure to disclose the HOA lien for $6,829.26, and it was released in June of 2017. Did you not disclose that because it was released, or can you explain to me why that non-disclosure was an issue for you?
I think we probably misunderstood a little bit or didn't do it intentionally, obviously, but the HOA was just a debate between what was right, what was wrong with some lien or with some late fees. So on the time that was settled, I just never thought about it again. And I didn't realize that should have been considered a lawsuit, part of that disclosure. So it was just, we just didn't do it for any other reason, that we just didn't think it was part of the application. But we certainly will make that change going forward with any other licenses, including this one.
Thank you, sir. And I don't think it's necessarily the word lawsuit that's the trigger. I think it's specifically the word lien. So I don't think it just falls within the ambit of litigation. So I just want to make sure you're understanding the scope of the questions as you read them, so that you can have full disclosure going forward to the extent you appear in front of us again.
Yeah, we do. I appreciate that. We apologize for that.
Of course. And then going to the category of lawsuit that you just mentioned, I know that there was a lawsuit with a former employee at John Cutter and Al's Garage relating to the overtime pay. And I know it was settled and the HR and the insurance covered it, but that was specifically a lawsuit. I believe you were aware of it relating with Miguel Ramirez, but it was not disclosed. Could you explain the non-disclosure there, please, sir?
That wasn't disclosed. I was under the impression that that suit was related to the business under standard employment practices. Our attorney with our PEO took care of it, as well as their attorney, and then it was settled. And frankly, I just didn't think that was something that was supposed to be disclosed. It was settled and over, but it was certainly an oversight on our part. And I think I was under the impression that any lawsuits against me personally, I might've been listed personally, but as I explained to the board, that my name was dropped from that. It was specifically against the locations, and that was a completely bogus lawsuit. I don't even know how it got to where it was. The guy was a great employee, and he was probably wishing he had just come back to work.
I'm sure that's the case, but just to be clear, in the avoidance of doubt in the future, I hope you're clear on the distinction, regardless of whether or not something has settled, been dismissed, the commencement of litigation, or the recording of a lien with the recorder's office. Those are the triggering events as I understand it. So I just want to make sure that you have the same understanding, regardless of the resolution, whether it's by settlement, release of the lien, or full payment. Are we on the same page there, sir?
100%. We're definitely going to tighten up the rake on the code.
Okay. And then there was a resisting arrest in Dallas, Texas. Are you familiar with that?
Yeah, I think I was 19.
What happened?
It was a fraternity party, and there was an off-duty officer that came up and grabbed me from behind, and I shrugged him off, and he fell down, and that was that. And he decided that he was going to call the police, and I went to jail for resisting arrest. It was really.
So he was just klutzy.
Well, I don't know how klutzy, but he was certainly smaller than me. I'm 6'4", 250, so it doesn't take much.
Okay, all right. And then Just one last question about the HOA issue.
Sure.
This was a Red Rock Country Club. I think it went back to May of 2017. Was it over almost $7,000 in HOA fees relating to unpruned palm trees? Was that the sole basis of that HOA lien?
Yeah, so the problem was that the fines, I said, no, there were some trash cans and some palm trees, and then the late fees just kept going, like every day or every week it was 100, and then it was 200, and then it was more. So it escalated so fast. It wasn't necessarily the fine, it was I guess the penalty for not paying that fine as we went through the process of determining who was right or wrong or what happened. So once we finally settled that, we said, listen, it's got to be over. I can't even remember what the number was we settled for. The lien was released and that was that. But it was really kind of a tit for tat. It was super unfortunate. Spent a lot of my time, which I didn't have, dealing with something, and it's HOA stuff. I'm sure you guys are all familiar with the good and the bad of HOA systems.
Yes, sir. Okay, thank you for that explanation for the record. And then can you talk to me about the remodeling? I know there was a $1.275 million remodeling loan for the remodel, and the budgeted funds were set forth as I saw that were itemized. Is it still set to open in December as anticipated? Is there some insight you could provide to us?
We were anticipating opening first couple of weeks of December, but as everybody knows, the building permit process is just taking so long. We're a little over 3.5 months waiting for a building permit. So we've ordered all our product, chairs, furniture, wall coverings, anything that we could possibly bring in, we've ordered and are ready to go. So the second we get our building permit, it should go fairly quick. I don't think I can do it in 4 weeks. But we're looking forward to it. We're going to get the whole thing and pull the outside on it, and remodel the whole facility.
So when do you anticipate
Pardon me?
When do you anticipate the opening date to be, sir?
Well, we should be able to get it done 6 weeks after building permit. So assuming that's today, end of December. If it's in 2 weeks, we're just going to roll between 6 and 8 weeks off of the issuance of a building permit.
Well, I look forward to seeing that. I hope that gets resolved quickly so you can move forward and start working with that. And I will say that I have to commend your suits, your outfit. You have the outfit of the day for me. I don't know if it's going to be a new thing, but I really like the look. So thank you for coming. I appreciate you very much. Thank you for answering my question.
Absolutely.
Love it. Okay, does anyone else have any comments or questions? I think I would just clarify that on the palm tree situation, from what materials I read, whatever the number was in May and it was paid in June. Is that accurate? Meaning you paid in June, within 30 days or less?
I think that's a few years in June though. I think it's a different, I don't have the lien in front of me. Or I don't have the paperwork from HOA.
I guess what I'm saying is once you and your HOA came to an understanding, it was paid within a month.
Yes, yes, ma'am. Exactly. Yes.
Okay, that was my question. Okay, thank you. Does anybody else have any other questions or comments? All right, at this time, is there a motion?
I'm prepared to move forward with a motion for approval of restricted item number 3 as recommended by the Gaming Control Board and is read into the record by Madam Secretary.
Is there any discussion on this motion? There being none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
There's none opposed. Thank you, sir, for your appearance today, and good luck.
Hey, thank you for the consideration. I really appreciate it. And you guys have a great holiday.
Thank you.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Madam Secretary, please read in restricted number 5.
Restricted number 5 is the application of Slice 19 Bar and Grill LLC, doing business as Slice 19 Grill and Bar for a restricted gaming license. You also have the applications of Burke Gaming Trust for registration as a holding company and licensure as sole member. Lastly, you have the applications of Thomas Burke and Paige Burke for a finding of suitability and or licensure as a trustee, beneficiary, and or sole manager. The recommendation of the Gaming Control Board is for approval with the conditions as noted on the agenda.
Morning.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the Commission, Madam Secretary, members of the board, my name is Serena Choi, and to my right is Mr. Thomas Burke, and online is his daughter Paige Burke, the beneficiary of his trust. Just to let you know, we do have the key employee in the room as well, Mr. Christopher Sheehan. He's here, and we have filed an application for him on file. As far as the route operator, Eclipse has been signed, and they are the route operator that will be delivering machines, and it's 5 machines on the golf course at Tuscany, and they will be embedded in the bar and is a full restaurant. We're here to answer any questions you may have.
I think we have one. So we have Paige Burke on. We have Adam Corrigan frozen in time on the screen.
I just want to make sure you could be excused, but I think it's just
with the best outfit ever
of the day.
Of the day.
Of the day.
Is there a way to?
I believe that once Miss Burke speaks, he will disappear.
Oh, there we go.
Thank you.
Sorry, my outfit isn't as flashy.
Okay, so we have both applicants, one present and physically, and Ms. Burke remote. Do any of the commissioners have any questions that you'd like to address or comments at this time? So
if I may, just a brief question.
Okay.
Thank you, Chair. And anybody can answer this. How has the business been on the golf course during the pandemic?
It's been actually really good. It's been an outdoor sport that we've seen a lot of younger people getting re-engaged in. With golf on a decline, it was really a blessing for us.
Good. So it's a reinvigoration. I'm happy to hear that. And can somebody just provide me quickly with the details of the Vision Building Systems lawsuit that was filed on August 15th, 2018? Just a brief.
Yeah, we hired Vision Building to re-drape over a cart barn that was turning into an event center. And it turns out that they told us that it didn't require any permits, and it did. So we went through the long process with the city of Henderson and made everything right. However, we were damaged by the poor advice of the contractor, who should have had a legal contractor's license to perform the work.
And where are you with that litigation?
They are right now, we put a settlement before them to settle the case. We also have building plans that are in place to build a new clubhouse on the property, which will require that to be taken down. And we're just in a legal situation now about whether or not they can file a UCC against the property for it and what that period of time is.
Okay. Thank you so much. And then has Chimera paid the Anua Bioenergy LLC, that third-party judgment creditors, $40,000 settlement? Are you aware?
I'm sorry.
Sorry.
Say again?
Never mind.
Oh,
I'll strike that.
okay.
Fine.
Yeah.
I have no further questions. Thank you.
So I was going to follow up on that. So when you say you put an offer before them, doesn't mean they've accepted it. Is it settled or not?
They've accepted it, but now they're wanting to file a UCC and want a time frame on it.
Okay. Yep. I just have a kind of, you may think this is a random question, but I was curious what you thought of the regulatory seminar.
I thought it was very informative, and I think that the item that I learned is that don't do anything without Gaming Commission approval.
Sounds like you learned everything you needed to learn.
Yes, I did. Yeah. Uh-huh.
Okay. Does anyone have any questions for Ms. Burke?
Just a quick question for Ms. Burke. Are you able to hear me?
Yep.
How are you today?
I'm great. How about yourself?
I'm well. Thank you for asking. So you're a professional tennis instructor?
I do that part-time now. I've moved on to a software job. So that's my full-time job. And then I teach tennis on the side.
Okay, good. And are you intending to get involved in the business operations?
In the long term, yes. But in the short term, I'm living outside of Nevada. So not at this current moment.
Okay. Well, thank you very much for your time and for coming before us today.
Thank you.
Anyone else have any additional comments or questions? All right, there being no additional comments or questions, anyone have a motion?
Madam Chair, I would move that the commission approve restricted item number 5 as recommended by the Gaming Control Board and read into the record by Madam Secretary.
Any discussion on the motion? There being none, at this time, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
It appears there's none opposed. Thank you very much. We appreciate your patience and your appearance today.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Oh, and I appreciate seeing a lot of diversity in women up there. So thank you.
Thank the governor.
Okay, let's see. We're now moving to restricted number 9. Madam Secretary, if you could please read that into the record.
Restricted number 9 is the application of Tuman Enterprise LLC to receive a percentage of revenue from Sartini Gaming LLC, doing business at 7-Eleven store 23201. We also have the application of Imran Ali Rana for licensure as sole member and manager. The recommendation of the Gaming Control Board is for approval.
Good morning.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the commission, and Madam Secretary. Jeff Donato here with Argentum. With me in Carson City is Mr. Rana. We're here to answer any questions that you may have.
Do any of the commissioners have any questions?
Just briefly, if I may, since he's before us. Mr. Rana, are you able to hear me?
Yes, I can.
Thank you for joining us this morning. How are you today?
I'm doing good. Thank you for having us.
Thank you. So I know that you came originally from Punjab, Pakistan, and then were in Arizona and California. How did you end up in the United States, and how did you make the decision to come to live in Nevada?
I came to United States. I attended a high school in Tucson, and then I moved to California because of family. Our family's in California since 1901, basically farmers. And then from there, I purchased a business in Fernley, and then ended up moving to Fernley, Nevada.
And I know that there was an overlap in employment at the 7-Eleven store and the Jaguar Land Rover in Reno. Why did you stop working as the sales manager there?
I think at this point, the business needed my attention, especially with the COVID, and having a hard time finding employees. So I have to pay attention to my business. So I took a little break so I can pay attention to the business.
That sounds like a good idea, and I have no areas of concern, and thank you for your time.
Thank you. Thank you.
And I'm prepared to make a motion unless anybody has any questions.
There being no questions, please.
Thank you, Chair. I move for approval of restricted item number 9 as recommended by the Gaming Control Board and as read into the record by Madam Secretary.
Any discussion on the motion? There being none, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
And there are none opposed. Thank you, sir, for your appearance today. We appreciate it.
No.
Thank you.
Thank
Thank
you,
you very much. I'd like to thank Agent McElhaney for all her hard work on this application.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Secretary, please read in restricted number 10.
Restricted number 10 is the application of 4MAJA LLC to receive a percentage of revenue from Century Gaming Technologies, doing business at 7-Eleven store 38394. We also have the application of Muktiban Patel for licensure as sole member and manager. The recommendation of the Gaming Control Board is for approval. I believe we have a disclosure on this item.
Thank you so much. I do have a brief disclosure to make for restricted item number 10. Century Games PTE Limited is a client of Louis Roca, the firm where I am a partner, and I am not involved in that matter, and it's unrelated. I'm not doing anything on that. And I make this disclosure in abundance of caution because of the similarity of the names with Century Gaming Technologies. I have no pecuniary interest in the outcome of this agenda item, and I do not believe the independence of judgment of a reasonable person in my position would be affected by the relationship described on the record, and I therefore intend to participate. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the Commission, Madam Secretary. Jeff Donato with Argentum. With me today is Mrs. Patel. We're here seeking your approval for her to share in gaming revenue. There were no areas of concern with her application. We're here to answer any questions that you may have.
Members of the commission, any questions or comments?
You've never been licensed before. I don't have any questions for you. We just wanted to meet you. If you could just give a brief presentation, tell us how you came to our beautiful state. And
yeah, good morning, everyone. Born and raised in India, moved here, my family in 99. You know, I actually still tease my dad. I was like, what were you thinking, bringing your 3 kids straight to Vegas from small little town in India? And he's like, this is what we had. You know, my aunt used to live here, so she supported us and came out here. Started working for my dad. He had a small little kiosk at a mall here, Boulevard Mall, if you guys are familiar with it. After that, I did that when I was in my high school, went to high school here, got into college in Reno, Nevada. And we also, since I was going to go to college there, he decided to open up a kiosk there in Meadowood Mall Circle. Did that for a little bit, but I wanted to do something on my own. I wanted to just get out there. So there used to be a sunglass hut right across from his kiosk, and that's where I started working with him. Did that for 12 years. I took a transfer to come back to my family here in Vegas, and did that for 12 years until COVID hit. And I mean, I feel like everybody's life just, same thing happened to me. I went from having 36 stores and just really visiting one-on-one in store, doing training and developing. And then when COVID happened, they asked us to go virtually. And from 30 stores, I ended up being with 300 plus stores, and I had the whole West Coast, including Hawaii and Guam. And having 2 kids, it was really difficult to be in front of the computer, for 12, 16 hours a day. And my kids are downstairs, they know I'm upstairs just trying to work. And my brother is actually in the same business. So I would just go there to see if I would be interested in and I actually ended up really liking it. And I'm actually having a lot of fun. So here I am today, seeking your permission for the license.
Thank you so much for that. It gives us some flavor and helps us get to know you, and we appreciate you coming before us. I have no areas of concern.
Anyone else have any questions or comments? Well, thank you very much for that background. It is very interesting, and we do appreciate it and your appearance here today. If there's a motion.
Thank you, Chair Tagliati. I move for approval of restricted item number 10 as read into the record by Madam Secretary and recommended by the Gaming Control.
Is there any discussion on the motion? There being no discussion, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Okay, there's none opposed. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I'd like to thank Agent Peters for all his hard work on the application.
Thank you. Happy Thanksgiving.
All right, Madam Secretary, I believe that concludes our restricted items and brings us to our new gaming device.
You have one request for final approval of a new gaming device. That item is Epic 2000, submitted by Gaming Technology Group. The recommendation of the Gaming Control Board is for final approval.
Morning.
Good morning.
Afternoon. Morning still. Great.
Morning still. My name is Scott Cox. Jim Rathman is joining me. We're representing a Gaming Technology Group. We come before you today for approval of our Epic 2000 gaming device. It's a multi-game with 8 video Kenos, 6 video pokers. We concluded our successful field trial with Red Rock Casino, Arizona Charlie's Decatur, and Wildfire on Boulder Highway. I presented to you a little bit of background about Gaming Technology Group, the key holders of the company, gave you some screenshots of our gaming device, of the games themselves, and be more than happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Since the appearance before you at the Gaming Control Board, have there been any other glitches with the motherboards, or is that?
No, we have not. We have not had any. We haven't had a single service call out to any of the locations since the board meeting.
Excellent, thank you.
If I may, Chair?
Yes.
Could you just briefly describe the game for the record?
It is a multi-game. We currently have it on a slant top. It consists of 8 video poker games, 8 video Keno games, 6 video poker games. The games that we have on our platform are derived out of the Montana gaming market, which is a very heavy video Keno market. About 95% of the play in that market is a video Keno. And we came to the position of kind of the relationship of bringing this product to market. Gaming Technology Group primarily has been in the restricted gaming systems. We have developed systems. We have 183 installations currently with our system products throughout the state. And we really got into this because of feedback from our current customer base, who were looking for Keno bonusing within our systems because they were seeing players were migrating from playing poker to playing Keno at the C-stores, taverns, bars, etc. And unfortunately, with the way SAS is with Keno, you can't bonus the same way that you can on video poker. So we had met a group out of Montana. We had met with them because they were looking for a tier 1 system for the Montana market. And it became a great relationship of understanding what the video Keno and knowing that's what our actual customers were looking for is something different in the Keno gameplay. They were wanting more bonuses, more features. So that's when we went out and developed this game for the market.
Thank you. So it's good to see that you're anticipating needs and filling a void, and that's probably the key to your success.
Yes, I'm 25-year plus from the gaming operations side. Have spent some time since I got out of operations, so I understand what casino operators want and what they need. And that's really what our foundation of our company is listening to the operators and fulfilling what those needs are.
Thank you. And I echo the sentiment of Chair Gibson when you appeared in front of the board in connection with our laboratory, the technology division that recommended the gaming device, as stated, the minimum standards for gaming devices required by Reg 14 and the associated technical standards for the gaming devices, and that they made that recommendation. So it is commendable, and I do congratulate you on that as well.
Thank you so much.
I have no further questions. Thank you, Chair.
Any additional comments or questions?
I had just a quick question, if I may. Thank you, Chair. With respect to the progressive aspect of that, is that inter-casino linked or is it just single property?
It's within the single property within that bank. It's not a wide area or anything like that.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Just have a quick question. As far as the feedback from the patrons, there was a reference to Arizona Charlie's bringing to GTG's attention the desire of the patron to perhaps not have to go to the main lobby from the game.
Yep.
So I was just curious. It says that you're considering addressing that design element.
We have already made those changes on our next submittal with additional games. So we'll have that on our next submittal for new games.
Okay. That's all I had. Is there anything else from any other commissioner that you wanted to ask? All right, well, thank you for the screenshots and the presentation. If there's a motion at this time.
Chair Tagliati, I move for approval of gaming device Epic 2000 as recommended by the Gaming Control Board and read into the record by Madam Secretary.
Is there any discussion on the motion? There being no discussion, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
There are none opposed. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you. Happy Thanksgiving.
You as well.
Thank you.
Okay, I believe before we go to our next item, this might be the appropriate time for me to tell you all that it's one of the great honors of my life to be appointed by Governor Sisolak to be here working with you, and that is for sure. And I want to thank Vice Chair Cohen for chairing the last meeting in October so that I could maintain a professional commitment out of state that I had made prior to my appointment. So thank you for that. So the next item on the agenda is the appointment of a vice chair of the commission. I am advised that historically that vice chair position has been rotated among commission members. So at this time, I would ask if Commissioner Solis Rainey is willing to accept the position of vice chair.
I would be honored to do so, Chair Tagliati.
Thank you. Then the record should reflect that she is appointed vice chair of the commission after the more than 1 year service of Commissioner Cohen, and we thank you for that.
Thank you.
Next on our agenda are the administrative reports. Chair Gibson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just want to report that our next meeting will be Wednesday, December 1st. Nine non-restricted items will start at 9 a.m. Restricted at 1, we'll have 9 non-restricted items and 11 restricted.
Thank you. Anything from the Attorney General today?
Nothing to report, Chair.
All right, Madam Secretary, we close our last agenda item, public comments.
This item is placed on the agenda to give the public an opportunity to comment on gaming-related matters.
All right, is there anyone present in Carson City to make a public comment? I don't see anyone present in Carson City. How about here in Las Vegas? There being no public comment, that will close our public comment section. This concludes the Nevada Gaming Commission meeting for the month of November. We are adjourned.
Thank you.
Do we do a countdown, Marie? We're good? Okay. We ready, Marie? All right, good afternoon, everyone. Today is Thursday, November 18th. It is 1 p.m. This is the time and the place for the scheduled board workshop for possible action regarding proposed amendments to NGC Regulation 5.225 regarding without limitation wagering accounts for other than sports, non-pure mutual race, and other event wagering and requirements regarding patron identity verification. Secretary Bell, has the notice been properly posted and in accordance with the open meeting law?
Yes, it has.
Thank you very much. Shall we move to public comment?
This item is placed on the agenda to give the public an opportunity to comment on gaming related matters.
Would anybody like to make public comment right now? This is a public comment section, right? I guess we'll go down to up to Carson City first. Is there anybody in Carson City? Looks like nobody. Anybody wishing to speak during the public comment section in Vegas? Seeing none. All right, I guess we'll close that section off. Let me just kick things off here. First, I'd like to acknowledge several individuals we have from the GCB here today. We've got, I believe, Chief Barbie from Technology Division, Chief Colvin of Audit Division, Senior Dag Somps as well. They were critical in handling this petition. Thank you for being here. And then I just want to reiterate what we're doing here today, and that's discussing consideration and consider changes, which in general terms deals with the potential to allow casino operators additional means to verify the identities of individuals who sign up for wagering accounts, however, which are not related to sports, horse, or other event wagering accounts. Anyone testifying here today, please just bear this in mind. As everyone knows, as it stands now for on-premise account wagering, in order to activate an account, a patron must present themselves to an actual person of the casino. This means a player would need to visit the casino and wait in a line in order to complete their account setup. The changes we're considering today is whether to allow a player to be verified without having to visit an actual person at the casino. Many months ago, Sightline Payments submitted a petition to the Nevada Gaming Commission dealing specifically with these matters. And in turn, the commission has requested the Gaming Control Board to further consider these suggestions and perhaps hold a workshop. That's what we're doing here today. So how I'd like to proceed is if I see Ms. Carlton from Sightline, if you would be willing to present your thoughts on these matters and the substance of the changes. After that, we can open up for discussion and questions from the board. Thereafter, we can then move to individuals or representatives that have submitted some written comments in this regard and hear from them, and then move on to others that wish to speak as well. Sound good? Ms. Carlton?
All right, good afternoon, Member Casares, Member Watkins, Chair Gibson, and obviously Secretary Bell. My name is Joe Papano, and I am the co-CEO of Sightline Payments. I'm also joined by Omer Sattar, who is on phone, who is our other co-CEO, and obviously our Chief Legal Officer of Sightline, Jennifer Carlton. Prior to being at Sightline, I spent 30 plus years at the largest payments company in the world, building out the various sales support, distribution, strategy, and in particular, many of the emerging markets that were consuming a lot of the new innovation that was taking place within their respective industries. Sightline was formed in 2008 right here in Las Vegas, and we have been providing gaming payment solutions for over a decade. Sightline was founded to solve a simple problem in the industry: how to help gaming patrons safely fund legal wagers. We were licensed by the Gaming Control Board in 2014 when we introduced our SPAN network, our proprietary closed loop network in Nevada.
to enable casino patrons to fund a wagering account from an FDIC-insured bank account. Today, Sightline has more than 1.5 million account holders nationally, with over 250,000 utilizing the payment services from Sightline in this state. As the importance of digital payment options have increased, Sightline has been able to grow our company dramatically, especially here in Nevada. Today, we have over 130 employees with nearly 70 located in the state. This year was a milestone year for us as we did become the first fintech unicorn to be headquartered in the state. We've partnered with some of the premier operators in the state to provide digital payments and cashless solutions to the gaming patrons and the operators. Our Play Plus solution is integrated into 10 casinos today as a funding option and is live with more than 70 partners nationally. In January, Sightline helped power the first cashless gaming solution in the state at Aliante up in the northern part of Las Vegas through Boyd Pay, Boyd Gaming's cashless gaming solution. This summer, we then took Resorts World launched the first completely cashless casino floor in the state. Sightline provided the mobile app, the payment solution for Resorts World. Those who have visited the property have seen for themselves how the gaming customer experience has been transformed. You may also have seen the one slight wrinkle in that customer experience at Resorts World. Customers would sign up for a loyalty account at a Resorts World kiosk. That loyalty account could be loaded onto a player's phone through the Resorts World app. The player could also enable the account wagering through the same app, but the player cannot verify his or her identity under the existing regs that exist today. A casino employee must personally verify the identity of the patron before they could fund a gaming account. We applaud the steps that the Gaming Control Board and Gaming Commission have taken to make Nevada a leader in cashless gaming innovation over the past 18 months. Their efforts have helped successfully launch the cashless gaming options at 3 additional properties in the Las Vegas area. In September of this year, we submitted or resubmitted our petition with some additional language that seeks to clarify the scope and intent of the proposed amendments to the reg. The Nevada Gaming Control Board staff has reviewed the petition and proposed some alternative language. Now, let me introduce you to Jennifer Carlton, who would like to address more specifically the proposed changes and minimum internal control standards. So, Jennifer.
Thank you, Joe. As Joe mentioned, we're here today with our petition to propose an amendment to the Nevada gaming regs as well as to the minimum internal control standards to allow for remote verification of a patron's identity for on-premise casino wagering. As you all know, a player currently, any patron can establish an account remotely for interactive gaming. They can also verify their identity remotely for interactive gaming under Regulation 5A. They can also establish an account for on-casino premise wagering remotely, but they can't take that second step. So, for example, you can be sitting at home, you can go online, you can open up an account wagering app or open up an account, but you can't verify, you can't take that final step. You still have to, when you're on casino, so you want to go to the casino to utilize your app for on-premise wagering, but in a mobile setting, right? So you're using your cashless app at the tables if they're enabled, at the slot machine if they're enabled. You still have to go and physically present your identification to cage or employ casino personnel, depending how the casino is set up, in order to verify who you are. So this amendment that we're proposing would simply be to enact regulations that are consistent with what the state of Nevada already does under Regulation 5A and has done since, I believe it was 2014 when those regulations were first enacted. So this would be to develop that counterpart for on-premise wagering and then simply allow for the advances in technology in order to be able to verify a person's identity while they are on premises without actually having to present an ID. One of the things that we wanted to make sure that we addressed as part of this petition was what it's not intended to do. Because when we initially filed our petition in September of last year, there were a lot of questions from operators about the impact it would have on other regulations, specifically on sports betting. So we went back, we looked at the regulations, we looked at the minimum internal control standards for the state of Nevada to make sure that it was clear that this petition is not to amend anything to do with sports wagering. It is solely for what I just described, the on-premise casino wagering. The other thing that we want to make sure that we address is the comments that have been submitted as a response to our petition. Specifically, there was a letter that was filed with the board, I believe it was yesterday or Monday, with regard to FinCEN's guidance on this topic. We have prepared a response, which I would like to put into the record as well, from our payments counsel, who's represented Sightline for over a decade with regard to payments and payment solutions. Do I submit that to you? As a lawyer, it's always hard for me to summarize things instead of just relying on the good work of others. So I will try to shortcut that. Basically, what the letter that I just submitted specifies is that under the FinCEN guidance, in fact, FinCEN specifically has come out and recognized that this type of amendment is necessary, it's appropriate, and it's consistent with their guidance. And I actually want to quote from the FinCEN memo that is cited in the letter that was filed a couple days ago. And can you all hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay. The identity verification requirement at 31 CFR.
Ms. Carlton?
Yes.
What section are you talking about, though?
In the actual, under analysis.
For analysis, thank you.
That paragraph.
Thank you.
Begins analysis. So this is the language of FinCEN's memo. The identity verification requirement at 31 CFR section 1021.410A reflects technological constraints and legal restrictions that incentivize in-person interaction with customers. The gaming industry has since evolved, with many casinos now offering new types of gaming, such as online sports wagering and online casino gambling, that involve remote interaction with customers. FinCEN recognizes that the onboarding procedures for online customers used by many brick-and-mortar casinos, which may include non-documentary identity verification. So when they say non-documentary identity verification, that is the KYC, KBA, all of the different elements of being able to electronically or digitally verify a person's identity versus your traditional driver's license handing it to a person. So that's what they mean by non-documentary identity verification, can provide more comprehensive verification of an online patron's identity than the procedures currently required under FinCEN's rules. So what they are saying is our current rules have not evolved with the gaming industry. Therefore, we're putting out this guidance to show that in fact, in those jurisdictions like Nevada that have allowed interactive gaming, like New Jersey that have allowed online gaming, other jurisdictions that allow mobile gaming, that if they put those procedures in place to make sure that all of their guidance is adhered to, that there's no reason why you shouldn't allow casinos to verify someone's identity remotely.
Okay. I think one point was made, though, in that comment that was submitted by Mr. Rubenstein, was that it was dealing with online only. I just wanted to be clear on that point. And perhaps we're going to hear from Mr. Rubenstein later, but just jumping to that point, since you mentioned it, there was a mention in there that suggesting that passage of our regulation would then contravene federal law. What would your position be on that point?
Well, there are certainly so many answers. But let me just organize my thoughts here. It certainly would not violate federal law for you to authorize the alternate methods of identification. And in fact, Nevada has already had these alternative methods of identification in place for the last 8 or 9 years. So is the position then, well, that was all illegal until this memorandum came out? Of course not. This is guidance from FinCEN with regard to the types of procedures that need to be in place and should be followed when you are verifying someone's identity remotely. I think the second thing that I would say is this is very similar to what is currently in place, for example, for online banks that don't actually exist in a physical realm, like Chime, for example. They have similar kinds of identity verification that are all 100% online. You never go and meet with an individual. And again, this is the type of regulation. And what this guidance is meant to do, this was actually requested by the gaming industry, was to make sure that they were in conformance with those guidelines, because the industry has changed so much, and states were already authorizing the use of remote verification and digital verification. Other states were already looking at using that, but because there was no question, they sought guidance from FinCEN to make sure that remote identification was going to be consistent. So what is cited in the analysis are examples. Online gaming, it isn't specifically, as far as I've read, it doesn't specifically say in casino mobile wagering, but I do think it stretches common sense to argue that you can sit in your living room and verify who you are remotely, but you can't do it in a casino, and that's somehow going to violate federal law.
Very well said. I just want to say for the record, this was issued on October 19th. I think I received it on like October 19th at 9 p.m. or something that night, because it was like, hey, look. But that last thing that you just said, it really resonates with me, because when I had originally read this a month or so ago, or whatever, a few weeks ago, I was like, so wait, are we saying that you can do this remotely without any documentation, but if you do it in person, you have to have some other mechanism? It just struck me as a little wonky. How's that? But okay.
And the other point that I would mention is if the board feels that there's a question with regard to that analysis, that still doesn't change your ability to recommend amendments to the regulations. We can certainly always go to FinCEN and ask them for additional guidance with regard to in-casino wagering as a matter of federal law to expand on this particular memorandum. But as you point out, we felt that it was very clear that a different interpretation would defy logic.
That was very timely. I was actually glad they issued this so that we could have this discussion, because I was foreshadowing the fact that, we need to discuss these matters on the record so that everybody has clarity around this.
So in summary, for us, the position is that there were certainly reasons, and very good reasons, why at the time the regulation was passed, that it made sense to require someone to physically present an identification to an actual person to look at it and say, this is a valid ID, this is the person, open the account. Obviously, a lot has happened in the world since that time. A lot of technology has advanced with regard to being able to verify someone's identity remotely. You can get medical charts. You can do medical things remotely now and verify your ID that way. Because of the pandemic, we've had to move away from this idea that in-person contact is always the best. And technology certainly supports that, and the FinCEN memorandum certainly supports that as well. So we are asking the state of Nevada to change its requirements for an in-person verification of identity so that it's similar to what has already been in place and working very well for the state for interactive wagering for the last 8 years. Thank you.
Okay. I had a few follow-up questions, but I'll look at my colleagues if there's any dialogue you wish to have right now on those points.
I have no question.
Watkins. So just with regards to Resorts World, Could you talk a bit more about your experience there and perhaps what experience that Resorts World has had with regard to their use of cashless firstly, as well as the queues perhaps that I've sort of anecdotally heard about with regard to signups and so forth?
Omer, do you want to take that one?
Sure, absolutely. Member Katsaros, can you hear me?
Yes, good to see you, Mr. Sitar.
Great. So firstly, Chair Gibson, Member Katsaros, Member Watkins, Madam Secretary, my name is Omer Sattar, first name Omer, last name Sattar. I cannot see them, but for Chiefs Barbie, Colvin, and Dag Soms, it is good to see you. I deeply apologize for not being there in person. I actually thoroughly enjoy coming to Gaming Control Board meetings, and have probably been to 150 of them, and I'm very happy that they're taking place in person again. Unfortunately, I had familial commitments overseas and couldn't be there. And in regards to Resorts World, so firstly, both to our partners at Boyd Gaming and Resorts World, we thank them for taking the leap and being the first in the marketplace for launching this product set and for moving the industry forward as pioneers. And at Resorts World, the experience has been, our options, quite honestly, were Member Katsaros to launch a product which we knew was not optimal, or to wait 6 to 9 months. And Resorts World, and we believe rightfully so, decided that it is better to launch the product and then continue to enhance it. And the metric that we at Sightline and actually our competitors and a number of who are the payments providers in the state of Nevada have spent a lot of time thinking about what is the flow which is the optimal flow. And this is a term that is commonly used in Silicon Valley, but throughout the country now, it's generally called time to action. We in the gaming industry, a number of folks have been calling it time to play. And the thought process is that from the time a patron decides that they want to conduct an activity, the time when they are actually doing that activity, the time should really be 3 minutes or less. Which in the case of Resorts World would mean you can download a mobile app, you can create an account, you can fund an account, you can be fully verified, and you can be at a slot machine or a table game, or actually, quite honestly, a non-gaming amenity, food and beverage, retail, dining, nightlife, hotel, and pay for the activity that you would like to do. The optimal time for that across the industry is generally discussed as 3 minutes, like I mentioned. And at Resorts World, and primarily because of the ID verification issue, and in the absolute best of cases, the time was 6 minutes. But in reality, the time was more like 2 hours. That included paper forms that were being filled out, people writing social security numbers and pieces of paper and handing them to cage personnel, and cage personnel, trying to identify each person by looking at their ID. And so despite that, our partners have been, we believe, quite successful. And but the experience from a user perspective, and at some point, I'm sure we can share videos with the Gaming Control Board if we would like to see. There might have been, hundreds of people, long of waiting to enroll and fund and play. So the experience was not 3 minutes, but rather, up to a couple of hours. And that's really what we're trying to solve over here. And unfortunately, a similar experience at Boyd as well. The only difference at Boyd's properties was that there wasn't a great rush of opening. So it's a little trickle of folks coming in that are enrolling, but those that are enrolling are experiencing something very similar. And that is true for whether you're a Nevada resident or one of the tourists that we love to have here in Nevada.
Okay, thank you. I didn't mean to slight Boyd or the Aliante, but Resorts World was more recent. I had heard of huge bottlenecks there, just like you're describing there, Mr. Sitar. So I did want to hear on the record what was going on there. That I did not hear a long 2-hour time frame. I just heard like very long lines. So thank you for giving some color around that. I didn't realize it was that bad there.
Absolutely. Unfortunately, it was. And we were all, on the ground, and obviously we are not licensees to be on the floor to verify IDs. So there really had to be casino personnel, verifying those IDs. And yes, so the consumer experience itself was far from optimal.
Well, okay. So in terms of what we've been discussing already, there was a couple other points I wanted to mention. With regard to the draft that you had submitted, Let's look at the language that you had there. I think you introduced some changes. So apart from Reg 5225, you said if in fact changes are going to be made, there would be probably some needed changes to the mix perhaps as well. And if we go right to the meat of what you were suggesting, I think you introduced the word, was it knowledge-based authentication?
Correct.
Okay. Do you want to talk a little bit about what you mean by knowledge-based authentication? It's not something currently defined within our regs.
Sure. I think we actually utilize, sorry.
Sorry, I was going to say, Ms.
Number-
Carlton, I'm happy to address that as well if you like.
You go right ahead.
Yeah, so there are many innovations. I mean, Sightline, multiple members of the board know this, and certainly Chief Barbie, in having worked with the technical division for well over 10 years now, as we have been working on the new and innovative ways that an ID can be verified. And there's a whole generation of technologies that have come out since the time Sightline, and quite honestly, the industry, through working with the AGA and other initiatives, the payment modernization initiatives, has been evaluating how best to enroll a patron. And knowledge-based authentication is actually a set of rules. The one that you would be most commonly familiar with is that a person has a particular knowledge about themselves and that others may not have. You know what your high school mascot is, what your first car was called. You had a name for your first car, what your first pet was, what city you lived in when you were 12 years old, so on and so forth. And so that is most commonly called knowledge-based authentication. But we do want to introduce to the board that we believe that, you have seen in our own lives many technological innovations come in where there's Face ID, there's Touch ID. If you're an Apple user, similar technologies used on Android and Samsung devices. And we would want to bring very reliable technologies to the industry today, such as knowledge-based authentication, that are widely used, and then continue to bring, as the years evolve, additional technologies to the board as well. One point that might be of interest to the board is Sightline itself, and again, I will allude to other folks. It's not just Sightline that are in this space that are helping provide a technological solution for the industry to move forward. Sightline is a money services business. We are regulated by FinCEN in all 50 states as a money services business. And our primary bank partner is a Nevada-based bank by the name of Bank of George. We work with a number of Nevada licensees, including Boyd, Resorts World, Caesars, BetMGM, et cetera, that are all in partnership with Bank of George. The reason that's important is because when we look at documentary evidence and SIP programs and KYC and knowledge-based authentication, they are in fact the bank's programs, which means we're governed by the Nevada Department of Banking, the FDIC, in addition, like I mentioned, the FinCEN, the FFIEC, and so it is the bank's level of program, of SIP program, which is what we're implementing for every single one of those 230,000 accounts that we've opened for Nevada licensees. And KB is a component of that. And we believe KB is a good component of that to do a secondary check on a person to ensure that the validation of Social Security or other ID is in fact proven true by those questions that you only know about yourself. So that's what KB really is.
And I just want to expand on that a little bit. And again, going back to that FinCEN guidance memo, where it describes non-documentary methods for verification of identification, and that's exactly the same thing, right? So it can be, you could call it knowledge-based, but you can also call it non-documentary methods, and that's the terminology that's used in the FinCEN memo. But that is exactly what Mr. Sitar was just describing, was the idea that you have your personal information, your name, your date of birth, your address. I always forget a social security number. There's four. I always forget the fourth. But there are ways to verify that information. Documentary, which is your state issue ID or your driver's license, but there are non-documentary methods as well. And utilization of non-documentary methods, again, has been utilized for interactive gaming in the state of Nevada for quite some time. It would just be, again, taking that same formula and utilizing it in a brick and mortar casino environment.
And when you say utilize under Reg 5A right now for peer-to-peer online poker, we already allow for the two prongs that you're talking about, remote setup as well as verification.
Correct. So in the guidance, it specifically talks about the types of things that a casino would need to do if they were using non-documentary verification, like what their AML program, their anti-money laundering program would need to look like, and all of the other guidance that they would need to adhere to in order to implement a non-documentary verification program. Obviously, the state of Nevada would be very interested in making sure that all of the operators that were allowed to utilize non-documentary verification, that they would be in conformance with the guidance for FinCEN with regard to all of the other procedures, including AML, which of course they already have.
So if we state it this way, up until October 19th, it would have been the belief probably by the industry, or would it have been FinCEN's guidance or requirements that in the online world, government photo identification was required?
So,
you follow my question?
Yeah, no, I do.
Just real quick. So in this guidance, they're basically saying, hey, we understand circumstances. The world has evolved. You know, the wheel has gone from square to round, and therefore we can actually allow the utilization of other non-documentary measures. So prior to this is the question, what was the belief or the requirement in your view?
So, Ms. Carlton, let me address that as well. So, this is for, I think might be helpful for the board member Katsouros. It's ironic to us, and especially to me, that this letter is being cited as the reason why the reg should not be changed, is because both Sightline and myself were deeply involved in working with FinCEN to get this letter issued in the first place. So just to give you a little bit of background, Sightline serves on the board of the American Gaming Association. I myself have represented Sightline for a number of years in the board of the AGA. As I alluded, when Bill Miller joined the American Gaming Association, he started the payments modernization effort. Us, including a number of Nevada and non-Nevada operators and suppliers, were instrumental in starting that initiative. So as part of this, in fact, it was and the pandemic slowed this guidance down. We were in fact hoping this guidance would have been out last year. And an IRS investigator had a question of a DGE regulated, and unfortunately I can't state their name, because it's not public, but a DGE regulated online casino out of New Jersey, with the question being that non-documentary evidence has been used since 2013 when online gaming went live in New Jersey for the opening of such accounts. They wanted to seek further guidance from FinCEN to say specifically if for online accounts, non-documentary evidence was permitted, which is exactly the discussion. We had discussions all the way from the director of FinCEN to the deputy director of FinCEN, exactly about where the casino industry was going and why we wanted to have the specific guidance in place. And FinCEN was very clear in stating that the accounts that were opened between 2013, which is when New Jersey went live, and 14 when Nevada went live, and until this guidance was issued in October of 19, are not going to be deemed illegal. Otherwise, the tens of millions of accounts that have been created would have been deemed illegal under federal law and would have to be recreated. We actually did have discussions that are obviously not part of this memo, where there are 7 jurisdictions right now around the country that are issuing cashless accounts, and that are not including Nevada. And 4 of those are commercial jurisdictions, 3 are tribal jurisdictions that also, because they're using, in fact, documentary evidence, and even though it is verified electronically, does not actually constitute a violation of federal law. That is why I had mentioned that the standard of care that we are requesting to be placed in the regs is the highest possible standard of care in Nevada, where we are taking bank grade a customer information program and KYC program of actively verifying name, address, date of birth, and social security number in real time. And we're taking that bank level SIP, which is what Sightline performs. So the all 1.5 million accounts that Joe alluded to and the 230,000 Nevada licensee accounts he alluded to, 100% of them have been verified in the exact same bank rate manner. We are actually asking for that standard of care to be included in the Nevada regs as the right way of conducting SIP. So that's a little bit of the history and the background of why the letter came about. And that's why I said it's a little ironic for us that the letter is being used for something which was just completely, unintended for.
Okay, you said a lot there, so I just wanted to
Yeah.
bring this back in
Yeah.
a language that all of us, including me, most specifically me, can understand. And I like the DG example because it was always my understanding. I knew that they did not require an ID for an online account setup. It's not as if they wouldn't have accepted one as part of their process, but they did not require one. In fact, I believe it's still not in their regulations right now for online. That would have been 2013, I believe, when they launched. So between that time and now, we didn't even have this, but it was already understood. And what you're saying, if we lost him, I'm not sure Mr. Sitar is there. If I heard him correctly, they in fact are just reconfirming what was the requirement all along, which was no, you didn't in fact need this in the online realm. Correct or not?
That's exactly right. So because
Okay.
it was already being done for 8 years at that point. And so we just, and really FinCEN, even though both the IRS and the FinCEN are departments of the US Treasury, they don't necessarily talk to each other. And part of the reason for having this guidance issued by FinCEN specifically for online, was so that the IRS could know when they go and meet the casino partners in New Jersey, that there is specific guidance for online gaming that has been issued by FinCEN, so that the IRS understands what the other hand of the US Treasury is saying. So that's the history and the background of what the letter was for.
One other thing to clarify with regard to what Omar was describing was that, so your SIP or your Customer Identification Program, that is a product of the Patriot Act. Casinos are not a part of that act. And so this SIP program, Sightline has always had these verification methods, because the way that we fund is the patron actually creates a bank account. And so because it's bank grade, we are already conforming to these SIP requirements. So, but for other kinds of funding, they wouldn't necessarily have the same SIP. It would, because they're not banks, they're casinos, right? So if you're following the logic here, what the online casinos are trying to do is say, okay, we're gathering this initial information with regard to who this person is, so they're participating in online gaming. But if we want to verify that person's identity, then we want to be able to do that with non-documentary means if available. So for that reason, there was a request to FinCEN to clarify that the SIP program doesn't apply to casinos, but if you're going to allow for non-documentary verification of someone's ID, here's the procedures you need to follow. And you need to make sure all of these are in place in order to be able to accept non-documentary verification for a patron. And it's a replacement for bringing your ID and showing it to a person at the casino cage.
Okay. And I wanted to raise one other point that you just said there, Mr. Sitar, with regard to the other states or other jurors. You referenced a number, 6 or 7. Were you talking for terrestrial gaming, or what were you speaking of with accounts?
Yes, Member Katsaros, I'm actually speaking about actual live cashless wagering that is taking place in jurisdictions right now. We are aware of 7 jurisdictions, 4 of them are commercial and 3 of them are tribal, and all of these 7 are outside of Nevada. So Nevada would be number 8.
And you're aware that they're doing remote setup and verification, or allowing for that to happen outside of the brick and mortar, or no? What was your correlation there?
Yes, I am aware that that's exactly what the correlation was. So there are multiple jurisdictions that are live right now that are allowing for remote ID verification to take place for cashless wagering.
Thank you. That's what I wanted to clear. The number I had in my head was not necessarily for brick and mortar, but it was more for in the online world, which it's approaching probably 20, if I'm not
30
mistaken.
plus jurisdictions.
With remote verification and setup? I thought it was around 20, but
Yeah,
I'm happy to be
yes,
corrected.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
30 total.
30 total, but
30 total markets, yeah, but
Right, yes.
but that other piece, because that's
Right.
really what we're talking about here, just the verification, right?
Correct.
There's very a lot of setup. Okay. I guess, let me just ask one sort of broad question. With the goal of allowing for verification process that does not require that person to actually come in there face to face, what concern should a regulator even have, which should give us pause right now, given that we've got 10 years of history, give or take. We've got all these other markets, documented history with success. I know there's been some hiccups along the way, but is there anything you could, share with us that might give us pause?
Yeah, Member Katsaros,
To undercut your whole message.
I know. I will be very frank about it. I mean, there must be real-time authentication of this person. It should not be a delayed authentication in any way. No account, whether it is your funding account or the actual cashless wagering account that is built in the CMS system, should ever be active unless the person has in fact been verified in real time, which means there is a comprehensive SIP program in place. There's an AML program in place. And again, the name, address, date of birth, social if available. So today I can speak for Sightline. Sightline only has accounts that verify Social Security. And we do not create any accounts for non-Social Security. We believe that is going to change, hopefully over the next several months here. And there are ways of identifying electronically in real time the IDs of about roughly 4 dozen countries around the world today. And but unless there's that real time verification available, and that's where it would give us pause. In fact, Sightline, because of our SIP requirements from our issuing banks, would not be permitted to create an account at all or activate an account unless we had done the real time verification. And so that to me would be the single biggest pause.
And just to add to that, to pile on, again, I want to reference the FinCEN guidance under exceptional relief so it's the last paragraph of that guidance, when it talks about if a casino elects to utilize non-documentary methods for verifying someone's identification. The AML would need to describe when the casino will verify identity through documentary methods, non-documentary methods, or a combination of both. With respect to documentary methods, the casino's AML program would need to describe minimal acceptable documentation. Non-documentary methods may include the following: contacting the customer, independently verifying the customer's identity through the comparison of information provided by the customer with information obtained from a consumer reporting agency, public database, or other such checking references with other financial institutions, and obtaining a financial statement. Non-documentary procedures must address situations where the customer is unable to present an unexpired government-issued ID that bears a photograph or similar safeguard. The casino is unfamiliar with the documents presented. The account is opened without obtaining documents. The customer opens the account without appearing in person, or there are other circumstances that increase the risk that the casino will be unable to verify the true identity of the customer. That's according to FinCEN, where if there were any risks to allowing a casino non-documentary methods, those are the risks. And the plan is for the casino operator to have these in their AML program, the specific requirements of FinCEN that FinCEN has laid out here in order to be able to verify someone's identity through non-documentary means. So, you think about all of this that's laid out and the current procedure, which is having someone go to a cage, hand someone their ID, they look at it, they look at your face, they make sure it's not expired. This is actually, as Omar alluded to, a much higher level of scrutiny than potentially having someone in person review an ID.
Understood. Any follow-ups?
I do have a question. In the memo, under background, it says, I'm quoting the last sentence of the first paragraph, verification must be made by examination of a document described in 31 CFR section 1010.312. What is your understanding of what the word examination means?
So that's a great question, and that's actually the purpose of the memo, is for them to identify exactly what that examination includes, right? So if you look at the footnote, it has verification examples for citizens and non-citizens, and then the analysis goes through to talk about what examination actually and what documentary actually means, right? Is doc versus non-documentary. So that was exactly the reason for this guidance, was because casinos were looking at this and saying, well, we want to make sure, as Omar alluded to, we want to make sure that if we implement non-documentary verification, that's going to be consistent with 31 CFR 1021 or 1010 as well as 1021. And that was why this guidance was issued, just to say that is actually consistent. The examination can be digital and the documents can also be digital as well.
Okay, so that what you just said. So the examination, you're saying the examination can be digital and it doesn't require in-person, whether it's a valid ID or not.
Correct.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure I was understanding what you were saying. So that's just a
I should have just shortcutted to that.
Thank you. That's all I have.
What if we, I mean, in looking at your language right now, I think you drafted these very well in sort of line with how we typically do, which we try not to be utterly prescriptive necessarily in the regulations, and oftentimes leave that to a later or sorry, to the mix perhaps, or the ICPs or what have you, the tech standards. What if we were to inject the suggestion that an ID needs to be presented along with the coupling of some of these other knowledge-based authentication measures? Would you have any concern with that? And apart from the sort of debatable, I'd say not really debatable fact that there could be a level of friction that, you know, would come from, say, some people in the industry that say it causes, you know, undue friction, et cetera, et cetera. Apart from that, would you see any concern?
I'm not following the suggestion.
If we were to suggest, go ahead.
He's going to clarify his.
Sure, I'm going to clarify. So if we were to suggest, if as part of the changes to be implemented, if we suggested, oh, by the way, also you need to, in any case, submit a form of government ID.
By submit, you mean
digital?
Digitally upload,
Oh,
exactly.
Yeah, and to require a digital identification of like a
Right.
driver's license or state ID or something along those lines.
What would your position be? Do you have a concern? And I don't even want to get into whether it creates too much friction, because I don't think it does. If you wish to try to, convince me otherwise, so be it. But other than that, do you have a concern?
Member Katsouros, so that is, we would absolutely not have a concern, but they're very readily available tools from reputable vendors in the marketplace that do exactly that, where you can hold a digital ID in front of your phone, you can hold a passport, it pulls all the information, it records it, it verifies it, and then it sends an affirmative or negative response back. And so that is not something that we would have an issue with.
Thank you. You actually used a point I wasn't even thinking of. It actually helps in some cases to upload that data because it could read it directly into the app or whatever tools you're utilizing.
That's exactly right, sir.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Joe, did you want to add something to that?
No, I mean, this technology already exists today in other industries and specifically in the online space. So it's.
I didn't have anything further. I don't imagine you're going to go very far because I think we're going to have a little more dialogue on this. So if my colleagues didn't have anything further, perhaps we could ask to see if others wish to speak on this topic. No? Okay. Thank you.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Saros, Mark Rubenstein. Good afternoon, Chair Gibson, Member Watkins, Madam Secretary. Mark Rubenstein, a law firm of Reed, Rubenstein and Bogatz, appearing on behalf of Station Casinos. Yes, I was the author of the famous letter that was submitted on Tuesday afternoon.
Thank you for that.
Yes, and I sat here very patiently listening to a presentation that totally misled you about the.
I saw you moving in your seat.
Yeah,
yeah,
it entirely misled you about and by the way, I have not received the memo that they're referring to. So
which one are you talking about?
The memo from Payments Council, I think was the terminology she used. I have not seen that memo, and so therefore I would ask for an opportunity on another day to address whatever's in that memo. But despite that, because I'm not going to be able to digest it and analyze it and respond to it up here at the podium, I'd like to think I'm a good lawyer, but I'm not that good. But I think the most important thing, and I think Member Watkins was kind of moving in that direction, is the actual language of the FinCEN memorandum itself. And 2 points. Number one, we do not dispute what is permissible for online gaming. Not at all. And if we were talking about online gaming here, we would have no objection to this particular change as it relates to online gaming. It's not necessary because, as it's been pointed out, remote verification is already allowed in Reg 5A, so it's not necessary. So what this petition asks for is to allow for this procedure for terrestrial gaming. And I think it's really important because the entire acceptive relief granted by this memorandum is encapsulated in one paragraph on page 3.
Could you draw our eyes to it?
Yes, it's the second paragraph after the heading acceptive relief. It starts out under the terms. And it's a brief paragraph, only 2 sentences, and I'd really like to read that into the record. Under the terms of the acceptive relief set out herein, casinos may comply with the requirement in 31 CFR section 1021.410 sub A to verify the identities of online customers by implementing the compliance measures consistent with a CIP, period. It goes on to say, in the context of online gaming, casinos may use non-documentary methods to the extent consistent with the risk-based approach set forth in FinCEN's regulations governing the establishment and implementation of CIPs. That is all this memo says. Everything else leads up to that or goes on to embellish it, but that is the acceptive relief granted by this memo. And in both sentences, that relief is limited to online gaming.
So what you're contending here is that in the online realm, they're confirming here that you don't need any documentation to be provided by an individual.
Correct. But in the terrestrial world, you still do.
Based upon
the fact that this acceptive relief doesn't go to the statute, the very statute they cite in that paragraph. And if you look at footnotes 2 and 3 on page 1, it goes on to say this is the law. The end of the sentence that Member Watkins read into the record: verification must be made by examination of a document described in 31 CFR 1031.312, and footnotes 2 and 3 specifically state exactly what is required: a government issued ID or the equivalent. I can read those footnotes into the record, but they're pretty clear.
I've read them as well, so I understand which ones you're pointing to. I just wanted to understand your position.
So our point is that federal law indeed still requires in-person validation of a government issued ID in order for a terrestrial casino transaction.
Okay, sorry. Where does it say that specifically? Because what you just said,
so
there's a little bit of a departure from documentation being required.
So I'll go to the background. Pursuant to 31 CFR 1021.410, prior to each deposit of funds, account opening, or extension of credit, a casino must obtain the name, permanent address, social security number of a customer. The name and address of each person must be verified by the casino at the time the deposit is made, account opened, or credit extended. Verification must be made by the examination of a document. So it's crystal clear. If you want to open an account in a casino, you have to follow this process.
But it doesn't say person to person. You just injected that a second ago.
Well,
our regulations right now say physically appear before the licensee, et cetera.
Okay. Well, again, is it possible that you could stand 10 feet from someone in the casino who will then receive from your phone a digital rendering of a driver's license or passport? Yes, that is possible. But the person would have to be, this is supposed to happen in real time. It says the name and address must be verified by the casino at the time the deposit is made, account open, or credit extended.
Okay, I'm not following your logic on the person to person, but okay, we can move on from that.
Okay, well, then you've got to examine a document. So if you're saying, well, we can email the document from Cleveland at the same time we're funding the account, I suppose that's your interpretation, but that's not what this says. This says for online, it says for that the accepted relief is for online customers only.
We're jumping around here. So I haven't given you my interpretation. I'm just saying it doesn't say person to person here.
I understand.
So
Can I jump in real quick and pose the same question to you that I posed to Ms. Carlton
Sure.
with regard to that same sentence that you just quoted again in the last paragraph under, the last sentence of the first paragraph under background. Verification must be made by examination of a document described in, and then it provides the reg. What is your understanding of what examination means?
It means to look at it. To look at it, just like when you go through TSA checkpoint and someone examines your passport or your driver's license.
So from your perspective, examination means in person. You have to be physically there. Is that, I'm just asking for your.
That's what I believe it is intended to mean, because they could have been very specific, except that they limited this accepted relief to online customers. So the clear implication is that this was meant for a certain class of transactions and not the transactions that are contemplated by a terrestrial wagering account.
Okay.
If that were the case, then this accepted relief only came out on October 19, 2021, so a month ago. We've not had this requirement in the online realm that an ID be presented. It's not in our regs right now.
Right.
It's not in New Jersey's either.
Right.
It's not in others. I think Mr. Sataro actually said in the brick and mortar channel, they actually do this already without, remotely, without even talking about online in 6 or 7 markets. So I guess you'd contend those 6 or 7 are doing it illegally. But here in the state of Nevada, Reg 5A went into effect 2011-ish.
14.
I'm not mistaken.
Okay.
14?
That's what I heard.
Okay.
In the opening.
Okay, give or take. We never required in our regulations an ID specifically, right?
Right.
So would we have then been out of compliance on the entire time since this wasn't even issued?
It's possible, because it says in the memo that effectively this stuff's been going on, and we've taken a look at it and we've decided not to enforce it. And in fact, to clarify that it's allowed.
Okay. So
and these things happen from time to time in the regulatory world. I mean, they just do. I mean, it's not ideal, but if we're going to be consistent as a state, I mean, we've got a federal law that technically prohibits marijuana, right? And so let's
not talk marijuana.
No, because it's directly analogous, Mr. Member Katsaros. It's directly analogous, because you got a federal law that everybody says, yeah, we know it's never going to be enforced. Okay. The feds really don't care, but Congress is, has too many issues, too many political minefields to go down that path. So as a result, it's wreaked havoc with this industry, because really, I mean, why aren't there cannabis businesses in connection with casinos? I mean, we all kind of look at it and roll our eyes, right? But the fact remains, that's the law. And the Gaming Policy Committee was very clear that as long as that's the law, we don't go down that rabbit hole, right? This is directly analogous. As long as the federal law still requires terrestrial examination, examination of IDs for terrestrial accounts, then you shouldn't be adopting a state law that directly contravenes that.
Okay, I'll take back. That's not a bad analogy there, but we're not all rolling our eyes on the second bit there. I can at least speak for myself.
I understand, but
this doesn't say person to person, and so I got two sort of concern. I take issue with 2 points there. A, it doesn't say person to person. I don't even know how you jump to that conclusion with that. And B, if in fact this petition went forward, because the commission did ask for us to hold a workshop, we of course said yes. That's why we're here today. But if in fact we moved forward with the exact same language, it's not as if this would be contravening federal law, because we don't get that prescriptive, right, in our regulations, nor did we in 5A, right? We could still, they still have to comply with that, whatever federal law says, but it's not as if the language here contravenes anything, even in this memo or anything in FinCEN's guidance.
Well, it's permissive. I mean, so you're allowing a practice that is not allowed under federal law.
we just know in their language, they don't have the injection of an ID being required. It's not as if they still would need it if in fact the federal government requires it. So I don't even think we're splitting hairs there. It doesn't contravene federal law in the current form.
Well,
at
the
least in my
difference
view.
between you and I obviously seems to be that you're fine with people jumping through all these hoops remotely because it doesn't expressly say person to person. And I'm saying examination of an identification is pretty clear. And we know in the ordinary course of things like getting on airplanes, what examination of an identification means. I could very easily upload when I make my plane reservation, my identification, right?
And
but I'm not allowed to. I'm not allowed to. I have to show up at the airport and give my ID to a TSA agent.
That's their process. What we're looking at here is with online gaming, they're saying you don't even need an ID. But in the terrestrial world, you do. That's where it's really difficult for me to understand that this is actually requiring person to person. It doesn't say person to person. Ours is very prescriptive in the regulations right now.
I've conceded that point. It does not say person to person. What I'm saying is the implication is that you have to examine a piece of identification, and that implies that you have to do it in person.
Okay, so the fact that somebody uploads it from Cleveland and somebody here examines it, you're saying in your legal view, that wouldn't be sufficient based upon the plain
Right, for the
language.
same reason I can't get on an airplane and tell the TSA agent, hey, I sent the airline my ID when I booked the ticket.
I'm not familiar with the rules that TSA has in that regard, but I'm not seeing it here is all I'm getting at. And we've been doing this in Nevada already in Reg 5.
I understand that. And there's no disagreement. Again, I started off this discussion by saying we have no disagreement with what's going on in the online world. We have no disagreement with what FinCEN allows with respect to the online. But I just think it's misleading to say that this memorandum does the opposite of what it says. Because it doesn't. It says what it says, and it's limited to online gaming customers. Whether you and here's the other key point that I've missed. Whether you do it remotely or not, you're still a terrestrial gaming customer, correct?
Sure.
Okay. Well, you're not covered by that paragraph on page 3.
Yeah, I'm not even getting into the.
But you're not
here.
You're not one of the people that is allowed to have their identification verified remotely because you're not an online gaming customer in the context of setting up this account.
If you read through the other languages within FinCEN's guidance here, it doesn't say person to person anywhere. It just says they need to verify their ID.
Again, this is a different point, and I think let me say it one more time.
If I can interject, we're not going to settle this here. I appreciate your statement and your submission, sure. Mr. Rubenstein, and I appreciate the memo that you need to have a chance to review from ORIC. So let's set this for a board meeting, for a hearing at the board meeting where we can take action potentially. And
I'd like to get a few things just on the record because I think, just for the benefit of the commission too, because they're getting a lot of things injected in here. But what we're talking about, if we want to just summarize it, but I'm happy to round up the discussion. I need to have any further dialogue on this point, frankly.
No, on this point, I don't have any further. I'm willing to move on, but I do have other points to make. There was quite a lengthy presentation. I'd like to address some of it.
I'm happy to hear them. Yeah.
Okay. One of the things that Mr. Sitar said was that they opened up at Resort World and they decided to launch a product that's not optimal. And again, drawing an analogy, the point was made, hey, we went to FinCEN and we got this relief for online gaming. We could go back to FinCEN and get this relief for terrestrial gaming. My suggestion is do exactly that. Don't open up this regulation before the circumstances are optimal, where it's clear that federal law allows it. Mr. Sitar has indicated that they can go back and make that happen. I don't think it's a whole lot to ask if he thinks that can be done to get you out of a situation where you have to question whether what you're doing is appropriate. If the solution is to make it crystal clear and get a FinCEN memo that says, yeah, we said it was for online, but what we really meant is the technology's evolved so well that we're okay with them doing it for all forms of opening casino accounts, then let that happen. And then our objection on that basis goes away. Similarly, using a new resort opening as the measuring stick to say, the problem here is timing, folks. We have people there for hours, if not hours, certainly longer than they should be. Look, I've been through casino openings. That is the last period of time you wanted to use to measure anything other than all the things you need to fix right away so that you don't lose customers. And we all know that, it's an issue of staffing. Everybody has had staffing problems, and Resorts World, despite being the new shiny object, is no different. So again, to use that as the justification to say, well, all these people we had this great product at Resort World, but all these people were left standing around, and that really, hurts the utilization. Again, not really a good measuring stick. In terms of Reg 5A, absolutely. We know it's available for online gaming. I would like to suggest, though, that that was driven really by not so much by Nevada, but by the fact that we needed to enter into a compact for multi-jurisdictional wagering, and other states were doing it, so we had to join in order to make that compact work. So, and it was limited, and is limited to online poker. One of the other things that I think you need to think about, and certainly the casinos need to think about, is, if you don't collect the Social Security number, putting aside, FinCEN's issues, everybody with a wagering account, not everybody, a good number of people with wagering accounts at the end of the year are going to write to the casino and say, I need my win-loss statement. And frankly, I don't know how casinos are going to issue win-loss statements that can be utilized by the IRS without a Social Security number. So that's something that I don't really understand the enthusiasm about.
I'm sorry, I'm not following you there, because we don't say Social Security number in the regulation or in 5A.
Because we're setting up a mechanism not to require Social Security, a document with a Social Security number and an ID. Just again, a minor point. So I think that's it. I think that addresses the points that I wanted to make. I would like to, again, per Chair Gibson's suggestion, have an opportunity to address whatever's in that memo, and speak to any other issues that may come up further.
Yeah, I think Sightline has agreed to put that in public record. It'll be on our website. So I think we got some copies right here that you just handed out. So yeah, if you want to submit some written comments to us after this workshop, at some point, for our next sort of discussion on this matter, that'd be great.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Chief Barbie, do you want to address that last point? It was just.
I believe Jim Barbie, for the record, I'm the chief of the technology division. A couple of points of clarification on the record. Our interactive gaming regulations came out in 2011. Mr. Thompson and I worked intimately on those. It wasn't in response to anything. It was in response to, it wasn't in response to other jurisdictions. Nevada was the first to come up with those regulations. During that time, we did require full Social Security number. I believe that it was amended further on to require only the last four. I'd defer to Mr. Somps to verify that, though.
And is that in the reg, or is that in the tech standard or the mix?
It's in all three, member Katsaros, but the foundation is in Reg 5A.
For the last four as well.
Correct.
Okay.
And then another point I'd like to make is it was 2013 that we went live with interactive gaming here in Nevada. And again, that was a first in the nation.
Okay. Thank you. All right. Is there any other comments from anybody in Las Vegas or Carson City? Not seeing any. I'll just make a couple of comments. We had some pretty good dialogue on that point. I don't see, and I do not believe it's accurate, that there's any person-to-person requirement. We've never heard that until this minute. My thought was that we would, in fact, require an ID as part of the account setup and put it into the regulation. the requirement for social security numbers, et cetera. That can also go in there too, but that's something I'd seen already in our other mix and text standards. And that would be something we would normally require as part of the approval process for them to demonstrate that they have something in place that's sufficient. So we generally, and perhaps in 2011, we were drafting it differently. We don't necessarily always go to that prescriptive level at the regulation level, right? So you've got usually your statutes and your regulations and finer details throughout the mix and the text standards. So that's just kind of where my head was originally on all of this. We did work up a draft internally with Senior DAG SOMPS. And in fact, it's somewhat in line with what was submitted by Sightline, but it's a little more geared towards what we would want to see. And again, making it clear that an ID had to be presented as part of that process. Whatever you're going to couple that with, you would provide to us. Knowledge-based authentications, definitely a part of the standards that you would see. It's exactly how you would sign up with various accounts where they ask you these 5 probing questions. What street did you live on when you were 8 years old? What's your mother's maiden name, et cetera, et cetera. That's sort of boilerplate things these days. I appreciate the submission by Mr. Rubenstein here because it got a lot on the record here and it made us sort of refocus and, look at that, just sort of reaffirmed though, that it'd be great to have an ID. The passage in this form or in the form that we will hopefully get to at some point will not contravene federal law, but there are requirements that the operators need to be aware of to ensure that they are in compliance and maintain or continue to be in compliance with those laws. So just kind of flipping it on its head a little bit there. But that's sort of where my head's at. It is a nuisance for players to have to wait in a queue when they could very easily do this remotely, which they already do for Reg 5A anyway. So we allow the exact same thing already for an online operation, but to not allow for that in the terrestrial world in the instance where that player has to come into the casino. And I get the commission's been on the record and stating, we don't want to discourage people from coming to casinos, right? Well, this actually would do exactly that, which is encourage, because they'd sign up for it. And theoretically thereafter, that would say, hey, I want to now go to the casino. So it doesn't detract in any way much that has been on the record as far as discussion with, say, the sports wagering side of the aisle. And this does nothing to touch that. These are just some other benefits. One of the other, I guess, missions or the commission's gone on the record, which is that we should be encouraging the use of technology as well. This does that exactly that as well. So that's just where my head is right now. I'm supportive of this concept, not necessarily this exact language, but I'd like to take the opportunity to maybe tweak internal and then put out another draft at a certain point so that it could then sort of be brought back to us for consideration, deliberation on it.
Yeah, Bryn Gibson for the record. I'd like, yes, let's have another draft put together by Senior DAG SOMPS, you, and let's bring it back for hearing at board meeting.
Excellent. Anything further?
Yeah, I'll just add that just given the short notice and consideration of the issues given your letter on Tuesday, and I just don't think there was really adequate time to consider the issues, and I would like to see some additional briefing, so to speak, or fully vetted arguments on both sides, especially as it concerns the definition of examination.
And if I can, ultimately, this is a Sightline petition. So I'll leave it to Sightline needs to address the issues that Mr. Rubenstein's put forward. I mean, it's fine to have an advocate on the board, but ultimately the burden rests with you. So I'd ask for you to go through and hopefully you've taken notes and you can address the issues that Mr. Rubenstein's raised here.
Okay. Well, if there's no further comments, I think we have to go to public comment, correct?
That is correct. This item is placed on the agenda to give the public an opportunity to comment on gaming related matters.
Anyone in Carson City or Las Vegas? Seeing none, we will close out today's meeting. Thank you.